Freedom is being disturbed here. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Freedom is being disturbed here. No, screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. This is a free country, you're a schmuck. And people should know. People ought to be reminded over and over. I'm an expert, and so therefore I know exactly what I'm talking about. Because I want people to understand. Screw your freedom. Freedom is being disturbed here. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. This is a free country, you're a schmuck. No, screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Freedom is being disturbed here. Screw your freedom. Screw your freedom. Freedom is being disturbed here. No, screw your freedom. Screw your freedom.
All right. Don't you get pissed when you see those nurses?
Oh man.
Huh? And this was during the peak.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
during
Also,
the peak.
a small side note. Do you know the movie Blade?
Yeah, with the guy from
Wesley
Matrix.
Snipes.
Oh
No,
shit!
no,
Why did I
Wesley
mix?
Snipes.
I mixed him up with the guy from Matrix. Okay, Wesley Snipes. Yes.
So he kills. He's a half vampire. He kills vampires.
Yeah.
The beginning of that movie
Yeah.
reminds me of that intro. It's very similar. I don't know if you, even dude, it fits that movie perfectly. The song you made. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sick.
I just wanted to make a generic techno thing that was gonna be alongside "Screw
Oh.
Your Freedom."
Listen, man, I'm glad we can laugh about this.
Yeah, I
About
know.
this Nazi piece of shit. Yeah. I'm glad we can laugh about it. Yeah.
You
'Cause
think
I can't tell you how many gyms I've seen take his pictures down, which I'm proud of the owners of those gyms, and also a lot of my, I wouldn't say people I look up to in the gym space, like bodybuilders or those people who do strongman, those big fucking dudes. Yeah, one of them had his like picture over his gym, and he's like, the moment Arnold said that, he's like, yeah, this is going down. I can't keep this guy on the, yeah.
Isn't it funny though how quickly, like what was that? That was like a 3-minute interview he did in 2021. 3 minutes, and really it's only about 15 seconds. Yeah, 5 seconds even. That is what he's now gonna be known for. Not, of course he's made a lot of movies and stuff like that, but This little 5-second thing he said, that is what we will now judge him on. Isn't that funny? How quickly something, right? Like before that, he was like Arnold. And then he said that thing, which is a huge thing to say, though. You know, let's not.
Yes.
Let's not make
Listen, man. This is also people were doing the stupid thing by comparing this to him cheating on his wife at a certain point, and where remember the public was like, "I don't care that you're the Terminator. I don't care that he's government. You don't cheat on your wife." And Bill Burr was making a sketch about it, and he was like, "Can't you remember this guy came from Austria and became a bodybuilder and all that bullshit?" I was like,
Yeah.
"No, it's not the same thing. It's not the same thing."
I know. And now he says, "Screw your freedom. Screw your." Hey, what's up, Ross? Yeah, Ross will be jumping into it. We're gonna watch. Oh yeah, let's go to this. I'm gonna show you this, Ashman, since you haven't seen it. This is a debate where Ross and this guy in the left corner down there, it's called Matthew, and the other guy to the right corner above Ross, and the McToon guy. So he's actually streaming. This is not, the modern day debate. What it is? It is that show where I also was on 4 years ago. So this is before they start the stream on modern day debate. But this McToon guy streams it on his own channel. So it got canceled during the behind the scenes thing. Listen here, hold on, let me just share and let me know if you hear it as well. And then I go here. Do it like that. Let me know if you hear this, okay?
Profile, and then you're just
yeah.
Like,
right
up front.
Let me just move it back a little bit. I could do that.
All right, that's okay. I mean, Leo does it too, and he's on the laptop, so he doesn't have much of a choice. So I'm not gonna be like, oh, gee, how terrible, like you're fine. Do what you can. And Ross is here. How's it going, Ross?
Can you hear me?
I can now, sorta. You're kind of scratchy.
Turn up better. Is that better?
A little more preamp there.
Hello. Can you hear me? No.
I can hear you good now. Yeah.
Is that a new? For some reason, Ross has some issues with his mic when he goes on these streams. I don't know how much it is on his end or how much McToon actually messes with his sound, because it feels like he does that to make Ross look like a fool, so that his Globe audience can laugh like, he can't even fix his sound. You know what I mean? But
new microphone.
Yeah, I am. Is it not coming through, or?
It's coming through, but if that's a super cardioid, you're gonna want to aim that right at your mouth.
Soon he's gonna.
Okay, how about that? Is that better?
Piss him off.
Buenos dias.
Buenos dias. Yes, what's up, Ross?
Audio's good?
Yeah, you sound good. Ross, the boss, Perry, ladies and gentlemen.
Another microphone. Another microphone that will be destroyed tonight.
Oh no! Do we throw microphones?
No. Ross's voice has a habit of destroying
somebody's
microphones.
Somebody's going to get destroyed today. Some people are going to get destroyed today. That's for sure. I saw that creepy video with it looked like there was a kid handcuffed to the floor. That shit's pretty creepy, man. I don't know what was going on in that video.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It looked weird.
No, nor do I.
It was going to be my partner.
Debate, everybody.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Why did they say it was going to be my partner? I didn't know you guys have beef.
Oh yeah, he's a horrible person. Yeah. Latter-day Saints is a disgusting and vile monster. Yeah.
James sent me the video, man.
Yeah. Yep.
Dude, it looks bad, dude. That's like some Pizzagate type shit.
Yeah. We want to get off of here right now, Matthew? You want to get the hell off of here if you're going to be accusing me of that?
I don't know
You
what
absolute
happened, dude.
fucking monster.
That's getting a little.
That's it, right,
now.
Ryan? Ryan,
Oh,
this ends
I'm
right
sorry,
now.
dude.
Right now.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hey, I don't know what happened, dude.
No,
That's all I'm
shut
saying.
up. Shut up.
I don't know what happened.
This ends now.
Yeah.
This is
Hey,
it.
I'm not saying
You
anything
worthless
happened.
piece of garbage.
Yeah.
Oh, that's messed
not
up.
Oh,
going
no.
into the
Oh, no.
debate.
This
That's
is not
messed up.
happening. You already accused me of the
That's
exact
messed
thing
up.
that I said I would not have Latter-day Saints on
Dude,
because of that, and you just did
I
the
don't
same
know
thing
what
to me.
happened.
Right
Dude, I
now,
don't know what
you did
happened,
the
but-
same
All right,
thing.
just one
Out.
second, Matthew.
Out.
You
This is
came
what-
and
Out.
This is what flat
accused
earthers
yourself
do.
Out.
Everyone needs to take a break.
Out.
This is what
That's-
flat
yeah.
earthers do. He already knew he was going to lose the debate, so he had to
Well,
continue
hell
with
no.
personal
let's
insults.
not
Hell
talk about
no.
the debate. Let's just go like
I'll be
let's
Globey,
just
you guys
figure out
know
what's going
myself.
on here with you guys here. So
You know what he's talking about.
what's happening?
What's happening
Like-
is he made an accusation against me.
You're on mute right now, Matthew. So if
Is
you
it
want to just
true or is it not
like I said,
true?
if
it's not
we
true, let it go. If it ain't true, then let it go. Don't be so mad if it ain't true.
Right?
That's not how that works.
That's not how it works, Ross. You can shut up, Ross.
That is how it works in real life. Unless he's like bringing up a
You
legal
can shut
case,
up.
fuck it.
You can shut up, Ross. That was illegal.
Illegal.
I just
what was
didn't know
illegal?
what was going on with you guys. Latter-day Saint was going to be my partner.
No.
Oh
and
my god.
You made a
You
very
did.
clear accusation against me.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
No,
All right,
he
it's
didn't
gonna
ask
be-
what was going on. All he
All
said
right, it's
was
gonna
what
be-
was going on.
Dude,
Like,
I don't know what's going
I didn't
on.
know you guys
Let's
had
the
beef.
only one
move
who's
past
live
it.
streaming
Let's
right
move
now. Hold
past
on,
it.
fellas. Hold on. The only one who's actually streaming right now and actually capturing this is Mike. So, I mean, honestly, if we're gonna try to get into a debate here, this is gonna make it really difficult with this type of preamble. You know, it's one thing to blow up the room when you're about to leave, but if you come in with this type of this type of talk, it definitely is going to make things a little bit awkward. Like I said, it's yeah. It's up to you, Mike, if you want to.
No, I'm not
continue.
debating him. He already accused me of that. He's out.
Okay.
He's out. It's very clear. It's very clear. It went out live on my live stream, the accusation that he made against me.
Wow.
This is not happening. He does not get to be on stream with me.
Wow.
There's not a whole lot I can do.
You can kick him
Matthew.
out right now for making that accusation against me. Or I leave. Because this is not happening when you have somebody on your platform as a guest making that kind of accusation against me.
I don't think what you're saying is unfair, Mike. And yeah, I think Matthew will probably have to pull a pin on it and talk to James and see what we want to
This
do
is
going
Matthew.
forward. Because it's yeah, like I said, it's one thing when somebody like blows up.
But yeah, so basically that got it canceled, at least between those four. But then Ross managed to jump on their stream. But what do you think about that before I show you another thing?
Well, why would you get nervous if you have nothing to do with anything and you're not? That's
That is
weird.
my reaction as well.
Why would you be so pissed off and so? That's not a textbook thing to do, man. That's why are you so nervous?
I know, I get it. And it's a weird reaction indeed. It's like, and you don't give an explanation. Yeah.
Yeah, is this like a pattern? Like everyone who defends the globe situation or any government entity work, NASA, or anything like that, anyone that defends that idea or that aspect of it, why every single one of them is a sensitive situation happening? Like, why so sensitive? Why are you so emotional?
Yeah,
Like,
there is a
I
pattern.
I like the bearded guy. I mean, the way he just threw it at him. You know, when you throw a hot potato at someone, and then you let everything go.
Yeah.
That was beautiful. That was.
So I agree with your, like with you saying the reaction was crazy, But the thing is this, though. Apparently, the video that the bearded guy is talking about is this one. Do you see this?
Mhm.
Hold on. So the bearded guy kind of made a false accusation against McToon. So he's talking about seeing this.
One more time, your claim about rainbows.
Okay, so you cannot recreate a rainbow in a house without a concave mirror.
What about in a garage?
Oh my God.
Would
Just show what you're gonna show,
it
bro.
work in a garage without a convex, whatever mirror?
Show what you're gonna show, bro. So
All right.
So this is the video he's talking about that McToon brought up, which is, it's not his video even. It's somebody else's video with a kid that they're trying to display how you can make a rainbow in a garage.
Here you go. You got.
I'm not putting my foot in my mouth.
You got this kid on the floor. You've got I think it's a PVC pipe sticking up with little holes in it.
Mm.
Right?
Is that a picture live from your basement, McToon?
No. You said.
I was gonna say I wouldn't call the cops if it was, but I would just pray for you. You know that you let him go.
Yeah, all right.
I'm just saying though.
So here you go.
What? You want to say something?
Honestly, this might be sick. If you told me that about me and you were like, "Hey, is that a kid in your basement?" I would have just went with it and started laughing and making jokes. And that may be a sick joke, but it's a joke.
Yeah.
I can tell that the guy who said, "Hey, I wouldn't call the cops for you," but I was like, that's the beginning of the joke in my. That's why I just.
Yeah, he's like
I don't know.
joking with him.
That wasn't hostile or that. Exactly, yeah. It wasn't like an
that he
accusation.
looks like
If
one
that
of
did it.
those people that does stuff like that, which is,
Basically,
it's not, that far fetched. You kind of, it's like I look like a gay French painter, right? So if you made made like a joke, like paint something about a French painter that is gay, and you kind of send it my way, I will get it. And in the same way, I'm not saying he is, because obviously I wouldn't be showing this, regardless of what I think about that McAsshole. Listen, the only really time I saw McAsshole was during Ross's stream. My first impression of McToon was when he muted Ross, and I was like, "What an asshole this guy is," right? So straight out of the bat, I could see that this guy ain't, he's a douchebag. But with that said, no matter what you think about somebody, if you see that something ain't true, you have to
point it out, to say it.
Absolutely,
say the truth. Absolutely, yeah. Definitely.
Otherwise, you become like those lefties or whatever. You know what I mean?
Emotionally judging people.
Yeah, and also I want to add on to that. You also become somebody that is not for the truth. If you're selective with the truth, then you're not for the truth. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. If you are selective with the truth, that means you only use truth for your own gain. Anyway, so let's continue this. Yeah.
It's got a pipe with a valve on it, and then I think he's got a pan.
That kid have a shackle around his leg?
I don't think so. So here's
the
light.
This guy said, jokingly, does that kid have a shackle around his leg? And then that was what Matthew, the bearded guy, said in the other video. Now, I don't know if he was trolling him or joking with him or whatever, but you can't seriously watch this video and think that McToon is behind this video. And this kid isn't even shackled. So it's like, it's really wrong.
You guys are preparing that walnut sauce, you know what I mean? For you,
for
the higher up.
All right, you see that light? That's just a light there.
Okay, cool.
And then just a basic light.
Okay. Interesting. Is that light traveling at 186,000 miles per second?
All right, here we go.
Classic.
Turns on the water. Water spritzes up little droplets into the air, and look at that. A rainbow.
Cool. And there's no concave mirror anywhere.
There's no mirror in there.
How do you? I mean, I don't know that. I can't see the whole garage. I'm not there for the experiment. I don't know if that's Photoshop, bro.
So now this is the time. This is the time where you be honest and you say you were wrong. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know if that's Photoshop, though, bro.
Go ahead.
Like Elon Musk says.
Go ahead.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Admit that you were wrong, like you said you would. Admit that you're wrong. Go ahead. Admit that you were wrong.
I don't know. I don't know if that's Photoshop, bro.
Now,
Do you hear me?
Go ahead and admit that you were wrong because you made a claim and I just disproved it. Go ahead. Admit that you were wrong.
It could be Photoshop, bro.
That's a video.
Cool. Well, yeah, you can't Photoshop a video.
Correct.
You didn't Photoshop a video in 19.
Now, this is another thing. If you are wrong, you should admit it, because even if you are wrong, that doesn't mean the Earth isn't a plane. You know what I mean? You can still be wrong, and the Earth is still a plane. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like many people, they're afraid to admit, okay, I was wrong on that. I didn't know that you could actually recreate a rainbow in a garage or whatever. And you showed me, and you know, if it's not fake, then yeah, I was wrong. You know, like, otherwise, you know, you kind of lose credibility, don't you? You kind of do, right? So whenever we are wrong, we have to admit we are wrong. Otherwise,
also, who's that guy?
He's a flat earther, a little bit crazy, but a little bit wild one. So
is he the controlled opposition that Eddie Bravo was talking about? One of those?
Interesting thought. Never thought about that.
Is he one of those Flat Earth Society ambassadors?
I don't think so, but you know, these days, who knows, right? But then he's a pretty good actor. Or maybe maybe you can be a pretty good actor. So basically, if we go back to this one again, so what Matthew does here, I don't know if he just wants to troll McToon or what.
And Ross is here. How's it going right now?
You know,
Radioid, you're going to want to aim that right at you.
With the other microphone that will be.
Some people. I saw that creepy video with. It looked like there was a kid handcuffed to the floor. That shit's pretty creepy, man.
Now
I don't.
Hold on. This is the video he's talking about, and there is no, you know, the kid is not handcuffed to the floor. He's holding like I don't know what it is, a water hose thing. I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
So
I don't know what was going on in that video.
I don't know what you're talking about.
It looked weird.
But I will say this. When I first saw this, I was like, what the hell is he talking about? A kid chained to the floor. Oh, Ross is here. I was like, what the hell? Ross, can you hear me? Are you muted?
How's it going?
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to see you guys,
what's
man.
Up, fam?
Yeah, he's gonna jump in and out. Ross is gonna jump in and out. You know.
All right.
Yeah, you know, I wanted to watch from behind so I could catch up to the conversation before I jump in. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So we just, you know, I don't know if you saw, but we went through the alleged video of the chain.
Yeah. No, like you said, it was funny. You know what I mean? That Matt just kind of like just threw it out there at him just to kind of see what his reaction was, you know. And of course, like, you know, I like, you saw my initial reaction. I'm like, if it's not true, then why do you even care?
I was the same.
I'm like, yeah, but people call me all kind of stuff in my chat all day. You feel me? So, you know, while that is true, you know, you're like, you know me, like I don't get in anybody's personal lives. I don't like to accuse people of anything, period, even if there is evidence. I'm not the police, you know what I mean? So seeing the video is like, yeah, he was definitely just trying to get under Toon's skin, you know what I mean? Because like obviously he was just showing he's pulling up a video of a rainbow, you know what I mean? I hadn't seen it until just now when you showed it.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah, that's my first time. Yeah.
So while that was wrong of Matthew to do, because when I saw it first, I was like, hold on. Looking at McToon, how he looks, you know, all kinds of sweaty, or you know, the way he looks, kind of, you know, it wouldn't be that far-fetched to you know.
You know, I always make this joke, right? And shout out my uncle, right? Because my uncle falls in line with this, but it's because he has a job where he has to do this, right? I'm like, anybody over like 45, 50 that always has a completely cleanly shaven face. I'm like, I don't know, man. I'm like, why do you have to have a whole shaven face? I'm like, you're an old man. Be an old man. You feel me? Have a beard. So if you notice, all politicians, they all have the clean shaven face. No mustache, no beard, no nothing. I'm like, dude, if you're over 50 with a clean shave, I just assume you're lying. You're lying about something.
Right? There's something with that look. So clean. But good point. But so when I first saw it, I was like, whoa, the reaction is crazy. There must be something to it if you're gonna fucking be that pissed. You know? And I was like, why isn't he, if he's innocent, why isn't he explaining himself? Like what it was about and shit like that. He just wanted to turn it off, shut him down, get him the fuck out of here. I was like, whoa, what the fuck video was this? Where can I see it? Where can I see it? Then when I saw it, I was like, okay, he is innocent.
Right. I mean, at least based on that video, you know.
Why the reaction though?
You know, I was literally just talking about this with one of my boys the other day because I saw the Gavin McInnes debate with Nick Fuentes. It's on Rumble actually, so I would suggest everybody watch it because it is really telling. But I'll just say this, right? Anybody that knows Gavin McInnes' background, right? Like, it's weird, like that he's involved with all these, you know, major companies. He's part of the Proud Boys, and he started Vice. Very, very weird guy like that, right?
Wait, Vice? Did he start Vice?
He's one of the co-owners of Vice and also the Proud Boys. So like, he started a leftist movement and a right-wing movement, two psyops, right? So
Vice I'm like leftist,
exactly. And then the Proud Boys is like it's like a psyop to basically control the right. It's a controlled opposition on the right. So when it's funny, he's involved with both of those companies. And then during that debate, right, the host wanted to talk about the underground tunnels that they found under the synagogues in New York. Exactly. Right. So he wanted to talk about that, right? Okay. And if you notice, nobody's been talking about that, right? But as soon as he brought it up,
silenced pretty quick.
As soon as he brought it up, just look at Gavin McInnes' reaction. That's all I'm gonna say. Look at his reaction when they brought that up. Instantly, I was like, "What?" I'm like, "Why does he care so much?" I'm like, "Why is he?" I'm like, "If he's not for real," because we're talking about something that was completely not involved with him, right? We're talking about some random synagogue that has tunnels. Why? Like, if you're not involved with it, why wouldn't you want to figure out what's going on? I'm just saying. I would want to figure out what's going on since it's in my city.
Are you saying his reaction was a little bit suspicious or something?
Gavin?
Gavin.
Yes. Oh no, not a little bit. He tried to blow the whole interview up, right, to prevent them from asking that question. Then when they finally was like, Gavin, we're talking about this, he got up and walked out the frame.
Okay, hold on, Ross. Could it be something like this instead? You know the notion that you cannot speak about the. Can it be something where he doesn't want to even talk anything closely to be negative regarding the? Could it be something like that, or do you think he is like involved in that shit, or could it be a bit of both? He's gonna tap in and out, or he's still
Sovereign's in the comments.
Hey, what's up, Sovereign? You want to jump in? You can jump in. Toon's reaction was over the top. Me thinks the lady dot protest too much.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, his reaction was crazy because if you don't see the real video, and if you only see this video where he flips out,
it looks weird.
Yeah, you're gonna leave that thinking this guy changed kids to the floor. You know?
Right.
So I guess that is a little bit shady done by Matthew. I have to be honest. Yes, maybe he's trolling. Okay. But well, I could also say this. If his reaction wasn't that extreme, then this wouldn't have been a thing. Like you said, Ross.
Right.
And I loved when you said that. Like, if it ain't true, then who gives a fuck? Let's continue.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, I'm too prepared to destroy you in this debate today for you to find a way to get out of this, sir.
Yeah. So I guess, I guess McToon could have handled it differently, which I think we would have. We would have not reacted that way. I mean, I would maybe, if I thought somebody was trying to, fuck my reputation up, I would probably curse him out a little bit, like, "Hey, motherfucker, what are you talking about?" But I wouldn't be like, "Motherfucker, get out of here," because that is weird. But I would probably curse him out if I thought his intention was to fuck my
No, I would have went ham on that. That's what I said. I'm like, somebody would have came on there with me, I'd be like, "You dumb fuck." I'm like, "I got kids, homie, you feel me?" I'm like, "Hey, nigga, you're an idiot." I'm like, "And I got little sisters. You're coming here and accusing me of that." I'm like, "If you're accusing me of that, then that must mean that that's in your mind right now." Right? 'Cause I'm not even like, I can't even fathom that being the thing, but obviously you can fathom that being the thing. So that says a lot about you, that you think that that's even possible to even be accusing me of that. That's I would have, boy. I'm like, we need to start looking at you weird. Somebody go get his search history right now. Everybody go hack his search. I would have got him just like that. I would have got him just like that. I'd been like, I would have turned it right around on him. But in Matt's defense too, though, and not even in his defense, right? Because again, like that, that was fucked up. Seeing the video, I'm like, "Oh yeah. He was just trying to troll him." You feel me? But I told him when he emailed me, I'm like, "Look, my favorite Lil Wayne line is, fuck the finish line, just finish your lines, and if getting your point across crosses the line, some of the time, he's like, then cross it with pride." You know what I mean? He said like he's like, if getting your point across, hey. That's one of my favorite Lil Wayne lines, you know what I mean? Because it's like, you understand? He's like, look, sometimes getting your point across is gonna cross the line. Yeah, and if that's the case, just cross it with pride, you know what I mean? And he's like, it's not if they remember you, if they remember rap. He's basically saying it's like they might not remember you, but if you say something, it might plant the seed in somebody's head, and that could possibly, like we were talking about last time.
Yeah, absolutely. Now the thing is, though, I'm doubting that they're gonna have him back on Modern Day Debate just because of this. They might not have him back on, Matthew.
Well, he, I think he has a pretty big following, so they might. He does. You know what I mean? I think so. I don't know. I assume that the people who go on there are usually people who have at least a little bit of decent following. You know what I mean? I don't know. Very few people are like me who are just gonna like lobby to get themselves. You know what I mean? It's like, anyways.
Yeah, maybe if he has a big following, maybe. Sovereign says, I was going to cover your debate, Ross, even though I can't stand McToon. Send me Isn't it in the description, Sovereign? Hold on. Sovereign. Have you met Sovereign before, Ross?
I think he might be in my chat from time to time. I'm not 100% sure though.
Yeah, Sovereign, he has his own channel where he does a lot of flat earth stuff, debates and stuff.
Yeah, well, shout out Sovereign. I mean, you're more than welcome to send me anything that you want me to check out of yours, and I'll check it out on stream as well, because I appreciate you.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to send him the link so he can jump. This will be cool also. I don't think we've been 4 people on Rumble Studios. It's a good time. Okay. I think it's okay.
I hope the Rumble Studio can handle it.
We'll see.
Look at that. So as I said that. Look what
happened. No. They're down there. They're down there. Both of them. Right. Ross and Sovereign.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
Ross is back. Yeah. We're expecting you to go in and out, Ross. That's
right. Exactly. I'm like, it's all right. I'm praying for Rumble. I'm praying for Rumble.
Yeah.
I'm praying for you guys over there.
That is your thing now.
Why does that only happen with him though?
With Ross?
I think it might be too much energy. You know what I mean? I'm bleeding through the phone. It is weird though. Honestly, I'm because I'm on the Rumble Studio app. You know what I mean? And then it was doing it all.
Look at the image, Ross. It's super crisp.
It is a crisp image, and the sound is great.
Yeah, you look like HD 4K.
Well, that might be part of the reason. Like when you try to watch a YouTube video on super high HD, it goes a lot slower. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, Sovereign, you're muted. I think you have to unmute and stuff like that to jump in. Rumble Studios have weird rules. Like you have to unmute and probably put on your camera. I think you have to also.
Are you using the app, Vince?
No, I'm just using the browser. I mean.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, Ross is
why
muted.
Ross uses the app, right?
I think
that's
so.
why it's.
Hey, I've never seen Sovereign that crisp. Look
It's
at that
clear.
shit.
My God, he
that
looks
shit.
20 years younger, man. Hey, they make all of us smile, buddy.
Hey,
what's happening, Ross? I couldn't believe that. I was getting ready to. Even though I can't stand McToon, I can only take his voice for a short period of time, and I thought this ought to be good. And then I waiting for it, and it said it got canceled, and I'm like, what the frick? So I jumped over. I saw your stream went live, and I went over there, and I was like, that's what he flew off the handle about? Holy shit, man! Somebody touched a nerve. And listen, I'm going to say this. I'm going to put it right out there.
Yeah,
I've wondered for a long time why these professional flat earth haters, okay, why they do it. Why do they keep on, right? And I'm thinking to myself, did you make a deal? Did you get caught with some shit on your computer that you probably shouldn't have, and you cut a deal so you don't get your ass kicked in prison or some shit? You know, so I'm looking at all these possibilities. And
so do you think they come with different choices? Like, do you want to be a flat earth, debunker, or do you want to be this or that? Like, do you have like different things that you can go into?
Some of them take the whole. Some of them take the whole tray. Some of them will take the whole tray. I've seen that there's a commonality that they're anti-flat earth, anti-First Amendment auditor, anti-cop watcher, anti-sovereign movement. Okay, anything that goes against the status quo, that's what they jump onto and they troll. Okay, and they jump all over the place, right? And I think one of the things that was interesting was I saw a thing on Jeranism where Dave Weiss went down to that debate between the two pastors in Nashville.
Right, yes.
And he spoke of his meeting McToon in person. He said he didn't even recognize him. The guy come up and said, "Hey, how you doing?" and shook his hand. And he was like, "Oh, pretty good." And he goes, "Hey, don't you know it's me?" And he put on his glasses, and Dave went, "McToon?" And Dave's description was he's just a little pasty, pudgy little man, greasy.
And he said his energy, right?
Yes.
He could feel his energy.
And when he asked him, he says, "Why do you do this? Did you have to make some kind of a deal or what? Why do you do
He asked him that?
Yeah, and McToon just looked at him blank and turned around and walked away. And that went red flag number 2 for me. That right there was red flag number 3 was when he flew off the handle and rage quit out of that debate the other night. I was like, oh, there's some fire there. There's something there.
Yeah, right. Because even though in this situation he was falsely accused, you know, because we just saw the video. We know that for a fact. But what is weird is the reaction. Everybody knows that. Everybody with a sane mind knows that is a weird reaction.
It wasn't even an accusation. I didn't see it as that. I saw it as a tongue-in-cheek kind of a joke. Like, I don't know.
He was trolling him. He was trolling him.
That looked like some Pizzagate shit to me, you know. And I kind of chuckled, you know. But then fucking ballistic. I went, oh, wow. Methinks the lady doth protest too much.
Yeah.
Oh, that's such a funny line. It's like because it's like anybody that understands the classic nature of it is like, oof. It's like, buddy, your slip is showing right now. Your slip is showing.
Yes.
Yeah, could have definitely been handled differently. Yeah. So you went on. You still went on, Ross. I saw a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I had way too much prepared for that debate to not let it happen. Like, you know, me and Toon had just debated the other day, and so I had all the excerpts ready from our old debate. I was like, dude, like I had him caught up so many times in that last debate that I'm like, it's just like in my opener, I honestly before the debate in my mind, I was like, there's a chance Toon might rage quit after my opener because of how I'm just gonna be like, look at this is you saying right here, this is you saying this and so it's funny that it ended up happening before, but Yeah, like, you know, I don't like to get into people's personal lives, you know what I mean? Like, you know, and you know, what I said about the Gavin McGinnis thing too is like, I don't even know the guy, you know what I mean? But when I saw him have that reaction, I'm like, man, look, man, obviously, you know, there are people, right, that are involved in that world, right? It's like we know that for a fact. So when people try to act dumb, like it's not a thing, then I start looking at you weird now. You know, it's like, I'm like, obviously it's a thing. I'm like, I don't like to focus on it or think about it, but when people bring it up, I'm like, yeah, it's horrible. And I hope that you know what I mean, someday it gets figured out. You know what I mean? Because I have kids myself, and so I'm thinking about, you know, protecting my children. You know, and so, you know, when you like I don't know if you guys saw the RFK Dave Smith thing, but Dave Smith asked RFK flat out, do you think that there is an issue with too much influence by lobbyists from one particular group? And it's from the group that Dave is involved with. Like Dave's grandfather was a Holocaust survivor. And so Dave is very critical of the Jays. So he's like, do you think that the Jays have too much influence on Capitol Hill? And RFK is like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like, really? You don't know what I'm talking about? Okay, all right. That's crazy. Like,
everybody kind of knows this, right, guys? Everybody knows
what I'm saying.
that the Jews, you know, run a lot of stuff. How is this a secret?
Right, so it's like to act like it's not there is for you to either be like that uninformed, which is very unlikely, or for you to just be a liar. And if you notice in my debates, I always do that, right? When they catch, or when I'm catching them up on certain points, and they're just like, "Well, I don't agree," or that's wrong. I'm like, okay, well, either you're not informed on the subject, or you're a liar. I say that all the time. I'm like, and I'm not going to say that you are, but I'm saying that you either don't know what you're talking about, or you're lying on purpose right now. You know?
And also. The reaction, similar to kind of what we're talking about with McToon, the reaction to somebody claiming that they run shit is kind of weird as well. What are you flipping out about this claim? What, you know, Sovereign, right? It's like
it's painfully obvious that they're an overrepresented group,
right?
You know, and you can just start there.
We didn't say it's wrong. Right, we didn't say it's wrong. We didn't say it's right. Just acknowledge the facts, though. Acknowledge the facts.
And if it ain't true, prove us wrong. Just like the Globe, prove us that it's a fucking ball, and we will shut up. And if they don't run everything, just, you know, prove us that that's true, and we will shut up about the J.
Yeah, no, it's not happening. I'll tell you right now. I'm like, as a person who you know me, I'm like, there's two things that I know. I know music and I know politics, which is the history of lying. I know about every lie almost that has ever gone on, especially in this country, you know, and I know about, you know, so I'm like, dude, it's not there. It's not there. There's the evidence for the Jays is obviously overwhelming. And then like you know me, like I always saw in my debates, they've never, ever in the history of Earth been able to prove that it's moving. And so if we can't even accept that, right? If we can't all accept that, then you guys are science deniers. I turn it right back on them every time. You know what I mean? I get the party started. All right, so somebody in here is a science denier, and it's not me.
Yeah. So do you think, you know, this puts a whole nother context on everything when they're always demanding a map on MAP? You put a whole into another context right there, because we know that's an acronym.
Right.
Yeah. But this thing where they're always demanding a map, and listen, this is some shenanigans going on with these maps anyways, man, because we're measuring oceans with nautical miles. We're measuring land with statute miles. There's a difference, you know, and I think that by doing that, it's been quite easy to hide land within our own known world, so to speak. I mean, you look at that vast swath of ocean in the South Pacific.
Right.
You can't tell me there's nothing there. There's got to be, you know, 100%. And just the fact that you're at the mercy of whoever's piloting a ship, and they're at the mercy of following a chart in a route that they've been given. So it's not like you can just go willy-nilly and say, I think there might be land here. Let's go. Somebody's going to stop you.
Yeah. You know, one of the things that I always like to, especially in my first debate with Leo, you know, I like to just stick on the things that are really like the nails in the coffins for them, you know. So that's why I always bring up the magnetic declination, because I know they don't know it. I know they don't have it. And that is the nail in the coffin. Like you said, as soon as you start selling those southern oceans, you're going to realize that the map is not accurate to the compass, right? So it's like, okay, how are you going to tell me that there's a magnetic north and a geographic north? If the compass points north, then why don't we just make our map north where the compass points? That doesn't make any sense. Like that, there's obviously been a change in the map by that one fact. Because it's like if it points north, then we would just make the map north. So obviously there's a change. If all right, you know what I mean, you're trying to go north, but it leads you in a completely different direction. It's anyways.
Hey, can I ask you guys? Like, can you go to the north? Like, can you, like, we know you can't go to Antarctica, but can you go to the north? Does anybody know about that? If you can.
The North Pole? No.
So is that also like you're not allowed to go there either?
Yeah.
Yeah,
you know, Dave Weiss has a really good diagram where he shows like the Earth, right? You know, on the you know, the flat, the Gleason version, right? Then he shows the military bases, right? He's like, look, military bases here, right? We can't go past there. Then he shows the North Pole, military bases here, and here. So you understand? It's like we're literally we're locked in a sliver cut out in the middle, in the middle section, you know.
You're also prevented from going up too. I think it's a height limit of 50,000 feet.
Really?
Without authorization.
See, and to me, that's the craziest part. Because like I come from a political background, so I not just believe it, I know that every issue that exists pretty much right now on the planet comes from government intervention. Not that, you know, problems don't arise, but problems would solve themselves. You know what I mean? If it wasn't for the fact that you have government bodies there, you know what I mean, exacerbating the problem. You know, and so
okay, let's talk about this. This is interesting.
I just want to just like the air thing though. To me, that's like the greatest encroachment, right? You know, it's like, you know, people can make, you know, debates over lands that were settled or whatever, but for you to have legalities over what people can do in the free air, right? I can't go as high as I want on my own property. To me, that's like the big. I'm like that's the clearest sign. Where I was like, how can you even possibly claim dominion over that? How can you possibly do that?
That's bullshit.
It makes my bad. Go ahead though. My bad.
No, but let's talk about this because I know Sovereign is really burning for this subject, right? Sovereign, about governments and you think like it should be scrapped, and I'm like, I'm with you, but I do think there should be leaders, like real leaders, not a leader that controls you. But
I got you. Wait, let me push back on that though, right? Think about, at least in America, right? Or around the world. No, let's just do America. Let's do America, right? So in America, right, the communities, right, that are the most successful in America right now, of course, the Jays, right? Then you have then you have the Asian communities and the Indian communities. At least in California, right? These are the most successful communities. Who are their leaders? The leaders are the men and their households of their families.
Yes.
You know, like men don't need to be led by other men. Okay, you're supposed to lead your family, like, you know what I mean. Like, and as a not even just a Black American, right? A Black American whose grandfather was a slave. You know, the Black community in America were the most married and highest rising economic community, right, in America after slavery. Between the years of slavery and the civil rights movement, our process not even just was halted, but completely tanked. Every negative thing that has ever happened in the Black community came from the introduction of leaders. 100%. The civil rights movement, the introduction of the government assistant into our community, and like I said, the introduction of quote unquote leaders, people like Martin Luther King. That is the downfall of our society in America. You know what I mean? So what I do, but the leaders got to be the men over the families. My bad.
Absolutely.
Sure. Ashman and then Sovereign.
Yeah, but isn't there like a risk of like I mean, without leaders and without sort of like authority, wouldn't you risk a communism situation?
That's a great question. That's a great question.
I believe that most of the people are not innately good. So I believe most of the people would want equality. And if they don't have equality, they will force equality upon other people. And that's the recipe for a very strong communism that would, what will happen with communism. So
Right. Well, so I'm gonna put it as plainly as possible. And trust me, as a person who, like, my whole life was politics, right? When, you know, for a large portion, it literally is. It's only possible for that to happen with the introduction of government. Without government, what you're saying right now is not even possible, right? Because the reality is that a certain person can only get so powerful, right? Unless they have a government body, right? Like,
but Ross, what if they gang up? Let's say those people that want
they will gang up.
But what I'm saying is that's what the government is, right? So
the gang.
So like there's a perfect example, right? So Donald Trump was a rich guy his whole life, right? Think about it, he was a rich guy his whole life, and probably richer than he is now back then, right?
Yeah.
But the reality is that even though it's not true, everybody in America, quote unquote, started fearing him when he became the president, right? Because that's more power than any individual person can have. You know what I mean? No individual, right, or even a group, right, can get as powerful, right, as a government unless you monopolize violence. You know what I mean?
Right.
So there's always checks and balances. Like you can get a group, right, and be as strong as you want, but as long as you don't have a monopoly on that, I can get a group and be as strong as I want. You know what I mean? And I'll give you the perfect, like this, I'm telling you, this real world examples, right? You look at Somalia after the deterioration of the Soviet Union, right? Somalia, right? They were a bunch of warlords, right? And they were basically the power was so sectioned off that not one warlord had enough power to basically take over the whole country. And so because of that, there was no governmental body. And in the years between the Soviet Union dying and American government intervention, Somalia was the highest rising economic country in their part of Africa. They had completely risen out of poverty. They had like bustling markets, and they were the number one port in that part of Africa, right, during that time with no government, right? And then the United States came in. The United States came in and started empowering certain warlords, right, so they could attack their enemies. And then once that happened, they basically had to consolidate into a government. And now Somalia is one of the poorest countries in the world. You know, so and like that, I don't want to go too deep in it because I could talk about this for hours and give you example after example about how, like, remember I said this last time on the stream, a monopoly cannot exist without government. So it's been proven time and time again in America. You know, every time they try to create a monopoly, the laissez-faire capitalism fixes all of that because there's always another businessman, there's always another person who can come and even the score.
I'd like to touch on that because the thing is that what inherently government is violence. Okay, inherently. You can take it back to its base. At some point in time, some guy put on a special hat and a robe and said, okay, I'm the king of everybody and you got to do what I fucking say, right? 100%. And I'm sure there was a bunch of people said, yeah, right, kiss my ass. And he said, hey, go take care of those people that don't believe in this. Okay, so it's going to be inherently with violence.
Yes.
A leader is not chosen. A leader will arise because he's inspired people and they want to follow his direction. Okay, to just take two asshats that have no leadership qualities whatsoever and say, which one of these dickheads do you want?
Right.
It's like, wait, you didn't ask me the base question. Do I even want a dickhead?
Right.
You know, you're just offering me a choice and you didn't ask me in the first place if I wanted somebody to lead.
Right.
And in most cases, we see that it doesn't. And I'd like to kind of point to Somalia, not that as a model example, but what we find is that communities work better than large governments. It's just like you get better service at a mom and pop store, even if they've only got 2 or 3 branches of their store.
That is so true. That is so true.
And as soon as they turn into Walmart, they suck.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
And so what happens is we keep going to this idea of, oh, we have to grow. We have to progress. Well, when are we going to know that we've progressed? When is that point? When do we get to that point? And it's always focused on, we're going to make things kind of shitty for you so that when it comes time for you again, we're going to harp on change.
Right.
Well, change is not always for the better. You don't need sometimes. When is it going to be right? When are we going to stop changing shit and everything's going to be right? So this is also, I saw what some other people say this all the time. When it comes right down to it, they've instilled a fear in you of other people.
Right.
Okay. So I've asked literally thousands of people in my life, and 99% of these people, when I ask this question, all have the same answer. I say, could you live the rest of your life without causing loss, injury, or harm intentionally against someone else without somebody threatening you with violence.
Right.
I mean, can you do it? And it's, well, yeah.
Of course. Right.
And
right.
the first thing that comes out of their mouth is, but other people.
But other people.
Has thousands of people and they all agree that they could do that, then your fear of other people is really quite small.
Let me add something to that. And let me ask you guys about that thing. What if these crazy people in society, what if they're a product of the society or of the government? Do you know what I mean?
They are. You're socially engineered from the time they take you by law and stick you in this left brain linear grid work fucking system they call the education. It's indoctrination.
Yeah.
It's
because
Pavlovian. You're going to respond to a sound. You're going to raise your hand. You're going to get a special piece of paper to go take a shit. You're going to respond to authority. There's going to be monitors in the hall to make sure that you comply.
Yeah, because just like you said, Sovereign, you said, people would be fine with such a thing, but they always say, what about the crazy people that would start trouble or whatever? So maybe the people creating the government, maybe they are the ones that just created crazy people so that people
you're literally describing the plot of The Boys right now. I tell people all the time, it's like the show The Boys is about America. That's why they call him Homelander, right? He's
what is that, a movie? I haven't seen it.
Oh, the show The Boys is basically look, oh man, I don't want to look just like
okay.
The point is, the point is that we create, like you said, you create the problem so that way you can be the solution. You know what I mean? There's there's so
because
many
what if before government there wasn't that many crazy people? You know, 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. You know?
And even then, like I said, if there was a crazy person, right? Like we talked about this a little bit last time, right? When it comes to being afraid of women. Yeah, I'm a crazy person can't do anything to me. They can,
exactly.
That's just the good Lord made certain of us have the ability, right, to, like he said, leaders will arise, right? If there's a need that needs to be filled, there are people who are strong, wise, and good enough, right, to do good things when it's necessary. And those type of people aren't the people that are going to want to hoist themselves up and get credit and try to, it's like even then, it's like there's so many people like that. We can talk about this for hours, and we definitely have to have a conversation deeper about this. You know what I mean? Because but I just want to say that even if, right, there was morality in government, which there is none, I tell you, it only takes me 30 seconds every time to convince everybody that there is no morality in government, right? There is no morality. But even if there was, right, right, think about it. Like I said last time, the evil people are going to consolidate where the power is at. The minute that I finished my political science degree and I realized what it was, I felt it was wrong for me to lord myself over other people. I knew in my inherent soul that, this is not correct. I should not be determining what other people, you know what I mean? And so I could not go into that. Not to say that every person that does it is evil, but just 99.99999. You know what I mean? Like, everybody but Ron Paul.
Well, think about this too, and you're given a perception deception, okay? And you're programmed with this perception deception to where you will treat people based on your perception of their status. Notice how if you're in a hospital and one of your loved ones is in there, when the doctor comes in the room, it's almost like God entered the room. He can talk shitty to you and you won't say shit back to him. You'll let him interrupt you and talk down to you and everything else. And it's just like, look, he's a human mechanic. Do you treat your auto mechanic with the same type of reverence? Of course not.
No, I guess that's because a car isn't seen as important as your body.
Then let's take it
to
to another level. You put them in a combat uniform with a little shiny piece of tin on there. Okay.
Yeah.
People respond differently. Now, you also have to understand too that the person dressed like that is playing the game too.
Right.
You've heard the term dress for success.
Yep.
There's a reason for that. You will adopt the character you are dressed as.
Right.
That is true.
So if we take cops and we've taken them out of a blue uniform with a bus driver type cap now, we've given them combat gear.
But Sovereign,
we're dressing them up like combat. So what's in their mind? I'm at war.
Yeah, I'm combat ready.
I'm combat. I'm at war. Who's my enemy? It's who I'm dealing with, the public. So everybody out there is out to try to kill me. And
but
so
Sovereign, let me chime in here. I fully agree, but I wanna see if this isn't also something that, like, for example, if I put on like baggy clothes or like cozy pajamas, I feel a certain way. Or if I dress up, I feel a certain way.
Right. Yeah, you ready to go handle business.
Yeah, don't we also have that, like, without any involvement of the government or jobs or anything? Don't we have something like that instilled in us? Like, if we put on some
work and stuff.
Like is it also a part of us that just, like, if we put on something that it makes us feel a certain way, that, like, is it only jobs and government, or is it just a thing in general?
It's everything. It's our resonation. It's what you resonate with. Take, for instance, the type of music that someone gravitates toward, right?
Yeah, we got to talk about that later.
Act like the vibration that music puts out. Let's take out your friend Fox Pixar, okay? He listens. He basically listens to chainsaw style.
Way to go through the night, man.
And so he has a very unapproachable persona. He's spiky.
He's not my friend, by the way.
And
real quick,
the top 40 guy, he's going to dress kind of just mainstream. He's kind of going with the flow type of thing. He's listening to the weather. They're going to be the character that the music is vibing you into. This is why you see people with chains and safety pins in their faces at the fucking harsh metal concerts, and you go see ABBA, for instance, and everybody's just chilled back wearing cardigan sweaters and whatnot, right? So we do, and it's a programming. It definitely is part of a program.
Ross and I want to chime in. Yes.
Oh, no, I just want to say real quick for anybody out there, when you're looking for women, you can use that heavily to determine what type of woman you're with as well.
Absolutely. With music, right?
Oh yeah, you get in the car with your girl and she puts on Sexy Red, you already know what time it is.
Oh yeah,
you already know. You already know
it's demon time.
That's all.
Yeah, you're like, ooh, yeah, you got one of those. You know what I mean? Yeah,
this is a great point. This is a great point, Sovereign, with the music. That's absolutely true. But going back to the clothes thing, can we really get rid of that thing then? If we, if whatever we put on makes us feel a certain way.
Yes.
And can we get rid of that?
Sure. Know thyself, and to your own self be true.
Yes. Amen.
People are trying to be somebody else. Listen, why do we have different clothes now than we did 30 years ago? And it's all because
they set the trends.
Influencing. They put somebody that is popular, dress them a certain way. People want to be like that character, so they'll go. I mean, who in the hell in let's say today even would go out and buy a pair of freaking Hammer pants? Like MC Hammer had, right? But when he did this video and wore those and did this little silly dance, boy, you couldn't keep those on the shelf.
It was a funny dance, though.
It's because people are lost. They don't know who they are. They don't know where they belong. And you can't blame them. Look, they've lied to us about who we are, when we are, and where we are.
I absolutely agree with that. And I'm going to let Ashman go after this, but I just want to chime in with this quickly. That I believe music, that whatever music is current, will affect the whole world, just like you said, Sovereign. And right now, and Ross might not agree, but I think we're in the worst era of music that I've known of. You know what I mean? And that kind of reflects in the world as well, because me and Ross is gonna go through this shit, later on, because Ross probably likes a bunch of shit I don't, and I probably like a bunch of shit he don't.
Yeah, I tell you, man, like I'm the music whisperer. You know what I mean? Like I can literally hear a song that's terrible and say, all right, you need to take this out and that out, and it could be a top 100 song. Like just think about how many songs, right, that seem like they're so simple, but they reach so many people. And I also think that there's also an inverse relationship. I mean, there's an inverse relationship with everything, but especially with the music. I think that there is part of it that is them pushing it, but then
Did he freeze?
He froze.
Yeah, he will come back soon. Before Sovereign, Ashman, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I mean, with the dress for success, like Sovereign said, we can all agree that if you dress in something expensive or a great tuxedo or something, you'll feel great. I just had this thought right now. What happens when you're naked and you're looking at yourself in the mirror? A lot of people have different opinions of themselves. Like if someone took care of themselves physically, they'll feel great. But a lot of people, it's not like a standard. I feel great wearing this Tom Ford tuxedo. Like every other man will feel great. Nobody would look at a tailored suit and say, "This doesn't look good on me." No, it looks good on you because it's worth $10,000 and it's been made by the best tailor in the world. But what happens when you get naked and you look at the mirror? A lot of people have different opinions of themselves. Some people are satisfied. Some people are like, "What the fuck is this creature?" You know. So, what is that? Why is that not the case when you?
I look at it like this, Ash, man. It's like you got to first understand this, and this is hard for a lot of people. And I tell people all the time, you cannot see yourself in the mirror. Okay, you can only see your ride. This is your ride, and you can pimp your ride. You can do whatever you want with your ride, but you got to keep in mind, don't immerse yourself in the ego. Do not immerse yourself into self, because that's, if you think about you've always seen in the cartoons, you got the little devil on one shoulder and an angel on the other shoulder, and he's telling the guy, go ahead and steal the pie. No, that would be wrong. No, steal the pie. You're right. That is ego versus your higher self. If you want to think of Satan and God in this respect, higher self and ego. And if you don't balance the two and you immerse yourself in the ego, you're doing that at the expense of the spirit. And so you have to realize that, is my reaction to my reflection a false pride or even false shame? Because let's just face it, you need this vehicle. You got to take care of this vehicle, you know, and if you don't, it won't last as long. But this isn't the be all and end all of it. This is just so you can be here to carry out your mission. That's it.
I absolutely agree. But to an extent, we all kind of do something to our bodies and faces. You shave a little bit, you cut your hair. You know what I mean? Like
pimp your ride, baby. Go ahead.
We're pimping the ride somewhat. Yeah. Some do it more, some do it less. Yeah. You know, but everybody more or less. Yeah. Right.
No, remember we were talking about shame last time. You know, the whole biblical story. You know, I really think that is such an important point. Remember, I was saying how in the garden, you know, it wasn't necessarily them falling short that was a sin, but it was the shame, you know, that they felt, you know, that really caused them to fall. And we were saying that you can't move forward in your life while you're looking back at your mistakes or whatever it may be, you know. And I you know, that's what that shame is, and I believe that's what keeps people in quote unquote eternal, you know, hell or out of the garden or out of heaven. You know, you're not in heaven because you're feeling shame about whatever mistakes you might have made or shame about you know who you are, you know.
Well, as I get it, go ahead. Go. I was going to say, as I get older, I find, and I have a completely different understanding of the word to repent. Okay, repent doesn't mean go, oh my God, I'm so sorry. It doesn't. It's having introspect and reflecting back and realizing the errors of how you acted. Okay, that was not in accordance with how things should be, you know, and being able to honestly look back at your mistakes and things that you've done, transgressions that you've committed, and realize all of its effects on other people as well as on yourself. And it doesn't mean you got to feel sorry for yourself.
Exactly.
Look back at it and go, wow, was I ever a fucking dickhead? You know, even up to the point of, you know, I think I might look that person up and freaking apologize. That was really, you know, and it might be 25 years later. But that's what that aspect of it, of the whole thing is. To feel shame, that is the sort of the same thing. And of course you're going to feel that, but you need to learn from it. If you don't learn from it and you keep doing it, my mother-in-law was always this thing, well, nobody was perfect but Jesus, so everybody makes mistakes. Well, if you're just using that as an excuse, and you're not really making you're not really making a mistake, you're doing something on purpose. But saying, oh well, nobody's perfect except Jesus, I'll be forgiven. No, that's not how that works, man.
Right.
Learn from it and don't repeat it. That's when you learn things, is when you don't repeat it.
Amen. Yeah, no, honestly, like just like I was, I was saying, as soon as I watched the video back from the debate, and I realized that I had preemptively, said whatever I had said, even though, like I said, I wouldn't necessarily put it past anybody, but
you're talking about the McToon thing, right? He froze. He will be back. This happens.
Damn iPhones.
Yeah, he has iPhones, right? Yeah, I remember. Ross said he has iPhone. iPhone probably isn't that good. I mean, iPhone is convenient. Right, Ross? Do you have iPhone? You have iPhone, right?
I got 2 iPhones, man. Shout out Rumble, man. Shout out Rumble.
No. I think it's the iPhone. I think it's the iPhone.
Do not ruin the sponsorship, Ross. Don't ruin the sponsorship opportunity, Ross. Don't talk shit about Rumble, Ross.
No, you guys said you're using the browser, right?
Yes.
Okay, I think that's probably what it is, because I'm using the Studio app. Yeah, so it's probably the iPhone that doesn't run that well.
Ashman actually, he uses a phone right now. And Ashman, you're using the browser in your phone, right?
Yeah.
Right. So see, on my phone,
I don't trust the app, respectfully.
Yeah. No, see. Hey, don't mess with the sponsorship, Ashman. All right, calm down up there. Calm down up there.
I didn't say. I said respectfully.
Oh shit! Listen, let me ask you guys. I read. This is completely different. This is about religion. I actually read something in the Bible, and I don't read at all, but I read this in the Bible. It said, "One with only faith," or something to this extent. If you only have faith and no actions or good deeds. Oh, Ross is on 2 places now. Okay. It said, forget about your faith if you don't have the actions. So, and to me, that means that actions is bigger than the faith or whatever. Like, actions weighs more than just reading the book and going to the church on Sundays and singing some songs and shit.
Yeah.
But also, another thing. I want to ask you guys about this. If I have to go to the Bible all the time in order to know how I should act, doesn't that make it dishonest? Like, what I mean is, it should come from my heart. I should know.
Right?
I should know how to act. But if I always have to go and ask the Bible, so to speak, like, what does the Bible want me to do in this situation? That makes it not genuine. And if your actions is not genuine, then according to that very same Bible, you are not in good stance with the Creator. Do you know what I'm trying to say here?
All you're doing when you're doing that is dodging responsibility for your decision. It's no different than using a Ouija board to make your decisions with. Okay.
Right.
If you're going to do that. And like you said, it comes from the heart. You have an internal moral compass, believe it or not.
Exactly.
The system has tried to quell that and destroy that to make it dormant. But I'm going to give you an example. You remember the first time you contemplated stealing a candy bar, or something like that? You remember that little pit and that little feeling in your stomach that you like, oh, I know I fucked up. I hope I don't get caught. But also instinctively that someone saw you do it. If not a person, that you're being watched. That was still seen. And it's inside you. But then if you get away with it, right, then you go ahead and go, well, shit, that ain't so bad. That's like I always heard when I was a kid, if you cuss, you'll go to hell, right? God.
Yes.
And I remember I was really little and I was standing out on the sidewalk and I was all by myself. And I was standing out on the sidewalk. Nice sunny day. I still remember it. I wonder if that's true. And so I went,
Yeah.
shit.
So
shit.
So that means
nothing happened. And I,
So-
and so fuck, nothing happened. I started cussing like a little sailor going down the damn sidewalk. Look, nothing's happening. I can do this. You see?
Yeah.
But it was still recorded.
Yeah. It's
You
all
know?
recorded. But so okay, let's say somebody don't know, they don't have it inside of them to know what they should do in a situation or whatever, and they need to go to a book.
I think they do though. No, I think they definitely do. I think no matter what, like I said the last time. Well.
Yeah.
Remember we were talking about where God is, right, and what this experience is. Where remember, there is that other part of us that I believe is the whatever it is you believe is the creator, right? The creative force. Remember we.
Damn it.
Whoops.
He's gonna be back. But
damn it.
While he comes back. So okay, but there are some people. Oh, he's back. He's back from another angle. It's like
No, but I mean, I was just saying that I believe that our inner being, right, is the collective consciousness, is the creator, right? Whatever you feel like, quote unquote, God is, that voice in your head, right? I believe that everybody has that guidance, So that's why when you ask me certain questions, last time, what should somebody do here? What should somebody do here? A lot of times I said you should always listen to your inner being. Your inner being is giving you communication constantly.
I absolutely agree, but there are some people who says like, but I don't know how to, behave in certain situations. So I need to go to the Bible or Quran or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Okay, let's say that's true. They don't know, and they need to go to the book or whatever. Fine, but eventually you have to learn that so that you got it installed organically. So that you don't have to pull up a book all the time to know what you're going to do.
Right.
Because what if you don't have that book anymore? What are you going to do then?
Changing.
Well,
Yeah. Right?
Hold on, Ross. Do you know about Mandela effect? Because I think that's where Sarver.
Oh, of course. No, dude. Me and my cousins, right? But one of the Mandela effects is the Sinbad movie. How like
me too.
You saw that movie?
I remember that shit from the 90s.
Dude. Right. It's a movie where Sinbad was a pirate, right? I swear to God, the person that I saw the movie with, I called him and said, "Did we see this movie together?" He said yes.
Okay.
And Sinbad has literally put out a video saying, "I don't know what you guys are talking about. This movie does not exist."
Yeah.
And they did a college humor. They did a college humor spoof trying to control the Mandela effect of Sinbad being a genie and doing a scene from the movie. And I'm like, if that's a spoof and you never filmed the movie, how did you get the scene right?
Right. Well, where did the scene come from?
Good point. Hey, that was a good one, Sovereign. I didn't think of that, because when I saw that spoof, I was like, yeah, this kind of makes sense.
I'm pretty sure this goes back to like the reset thing, right? I don't know if you guys have seen the show the show Westworld, right? I have to watch a lot of movies and TV shows or else I will murder somebody. You know what I mean? So for real. So I don't know if you've seen Westworld, but you know how like in Westworld, how every day at the end of the day, right? All the quote unquote robots, right? They forget, right, what happened, right? But some of them remember though. Some of them remember, and then that starts to build. I like, to me, like, it's like when I hear stuff like that, I start to think about that and like the Men in Black 3, them flashing everybody, because I'm like, dude. I'm like, me personally, my memory is like fantastic. I barely remember people's names, but I never forget a conversation. I never forget a movie I saw.
And also, people from different countries that doesn't even know each other remember the same shit. Come on, man. How the fuck?
Well, listen, I grew up in Detroit. Or just outside of Detroit. And Sinbad is from Detroit. And it was a big deal because they're always trying to, anytime there's something positive from Detroit, they really want to put it out there on the forefront.
Right.
So Sinbad was at the opening of the movie in the theater just outside of Detroit. and there were hundreds of kids there to get Sinbad's autograph. He was dressed in the costume. They actually showed him on the news being there and shit, talking about, we're down here, I think at the Royal Oak Theater, and Sinbad for the opening of Shazam, you know. And
that was like in 1993, 92, or somewhere around that, right?
I think it was earlier than that. I
Even
believe it was a little earlier than that.
I think it was in the 90s somewhere.
Might have been late 80s, early 90s.
Yeah, early.
So they
90s.
can't hide it. So I mean, so to me that seems like it's like why like did they flash him, or is he just lying? Like, what the hell?
Well, how in the hell would anybody know who he is? He's not really a good comedian. You don't ever see him in anything. He's not really been that big. That would probably have been his biggest thing. And now it's, of course, the Skechers.
Yeah, I only know him from
Mandela
that.
effect. He's doing commercials for Skechers and shit now.
Right.
Which is also Mandela affected, right?
Yep.
Now it's Skechers, right?
Yeah. And Mr. T. Yeah. Mr. T, who I've been informed by someone close is actually Mrs. T. And the T.
Come on.
Yeah,
Come
somebody
on.
intimately hang out with this person.
What is it with this trans shit that we're talking about
Yeah,
nowadays,
Ashman,
Vince?
tell them, man.
Come
Is
on,
Mr.
stop breaking
T
my
a
heart, man. What is
woman?
this?
What do you
I know, dude. Michelle
Pull up
Obama, now
Mr. T,
Mr. T.
Vince. Pull
What
up
do you think
Mr.
the
T.
T is for?
Right. First Michelle Obama, now Mr. T.
Mr. T. Hey, what the fuck? He was so fucking masculine, man. He was so masculine.
And he never said, I pity the fool. He never said that now.
What?
Yeah,
What
he
do you
never
mean?
said that now.
Get the hell out of here. That's his best line.
But I got to tell you,
that's crazy.
Mindy's here. Oh, she's gonna love the trash talk. Yeah, Mindy's here.
Right out loud, the cricket sang about it to you. He said, let your conscience be your guide, right?
Yep.
But what the hell? What do you mean? He's not saying I pity the fool anymore.
No.
She's not saying that.
No, man.
Dude, what's happening to this place? What's happening to this reality? Listen, I want to say this
Always
quickly.
been happening. You're just now noticing it. We all are just now
Are you
waking up to
sure?
it.
Well, hold on, Sovereign. No, I don't feel that reality was this mad before. There was some,
Well, we didn't see it. We didn't see it. Some still don't. I mean, go back and look.
Is Rocky a chick too?
Look at these first ladies carefully.
Let's get things straight.
Right.
Is Rocky
No.
a lady?
No. A lot of them look like men. No, a lot of them look like men. I'm not gonna lie. I've always thought that. Every time I look at the first lady, I'm like, why? Like, if you're why would in God's name?
Which first lady are you talking about?
All of them, Mike Obama. This is what I want to say. Just dude, does it connect it a little bit? Like everybody is on the Taylor Swift thing, right? And how they're obviously using Taylor Swift. You feel me with the NFL?
Yeah, they talk about she being a he as well.
Travis, and the boyfriend. Yeah,
dude. I did not know that there was a whole a Facebook group about her being a T. I'm like, what is? I had never even heard that until this happened. And there's a whole Facebook group of people who are on that saying that she is that. And even then, I'm like, why would an NFL player date somebody that? Anyways, I'm like me at my age, right? And at the amount of money that I have, I would not date Taylor Swift. So I'm like, it is not difficult.
With her? What's up with her anyways? This is so fabricated. Her fame is so fucking fabricated, so pushed. I don't even know one song from her.
I don't either.
But
right, Sovereign.
Okay. Slow down though. Can we talk about music?
Hold on,
now?
Ross. Hold on. Remember when Michael Jackson was the biggest artist in the world?
Of course.
It would be equivalent to when Michael Jackson was the biggest star in the world, and I wouldn't know one song from him. It doesn't make sense. I don't know one song, and I have even reacted to her. I have reacted to a couple of Taylor Swift songs, and
it's not very memorable, is she?
Yeah, it just goes right in here and right out. Like that. It's absolute garbage.
Dude,
that's why
there's a lot of this homo stuff initiation within the entertainment industry, I know, and in politics too. It's almost like an initiation rite. You know,
Oh yeah.
and you're finding out that a lot of these big rap stars and shit, and these big musicians, that's how they end up getting into it. Well, now all you have to do is let, you know, so and so, you know, just put up with it one time, and you know, or maybe twice, and
Yeah,
then you're
like
gonna
this,
have all these riches and shit. See, and
Like
they'll
this.
sell out for it. They'll sell out their morals for the fame, the fortune, and the fancy pants, man.
Like this, Sovereign, right? This is Usher.
Honestly, how you feel about
This
this?
is Usher the other day.
Oh,
Another black dude in a dress. Another black dude in a dress. Put him on the list. Another black dude in a
breaking my
dress.
heart, man.
Hey, shout out
Breaking my
to Dave
heart.
Chappelle and Cat Williams.
Right? They didn't do it, but
Breaking my heart.
look
Hey,
at that.
hey, look, as soon as the Cat Williams thing dropped, right? I did a stream breaking down the whole Cat Williams story, because I have been on the front lines defending his honor and his name since they started lying about him, saying that he was a drug addict, saying that he was this, that, and the third. And if you notice, in his very first special, Cat Williams came out with this information. Very first special. He's like, I went to Hollywood and I had to tell them jokers no. Nope, I'm not doing it. I went to invited me to parties and started seeing all the weird stuff. I'm like, nope. He was putting everybody out from day one. Then after that, they started attacking him in the media. You know what I mean? They arrested him on over 16, something like that, felonies. He beat every single one. They took his kids away. They put him in a mental institution, force fed him pills, right? When he was not guilty. That's right. All off cases that had been that eventually got dropped in the end. You know what I mean? Over 16 times they falsely arrested him, put him in mental institutions a few times. He has a special where he lists off the pills that they were forcing him to take. You know what I mean? Because that's what I'm saying.
Sounds awfully similar to Kanye West a little bit.
Yeah,
because
I was about to say that.
Right? Yeah.
Right. You know, so yeah, I'm like I said, I've been one of the main. Anytime, like I said, for years, anytime anybody brings up Cat Williams, they're like, "Oh, Cat Williams," I'm like, no. Cat Williams is one of the people that they're purposely trying to get out of here, because they know they can't just take him out, so they're going to do everything they can to ruin his credibility. You know, and then last thing on Cat Williams, my bad. Cat Williams has like 4 or 5 kids that he had himself. He has 5 or 6 adopted children. So through this whole time, when he's going through the system, his kids are in and out of the system. Kids that he adopted, right? And, you know what I mean? And his own kids in and out of the system because he's being falsely arrested. Fighting the good fight. You know what I mean? So I said I wanted to put that out there. As soon as that Cat Williams interview dropped, I went on stream and I watched the interview and started showing all the videos of him, from the beginning talking about this and how they've been trying to take him. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sovereign and Ashman, what are you gonna say?
Go ahead, Sob.
I was gonna say, look at what the little group of Armenian witches, the Kardashians. Look at every man that they've gotten into their clutches. They have fucked them up, man. Every one of them. Bruce.
That's a fact.
Bruce
became Caitlyn.
Turn him to a full woman.
Yep.
Turn him into a full woman.
Yeah, woman. Big hands, man. That's a big-handed woman, man. But okay. To the people that will say, no, this is just Usher's new look. He hasn't been forced to be wearing a kilt.
He looks so Scottish, though.
Yeah, it is a kilt. It's like yeah, that was a joke. Yeah, I was like, no, it is a kilt. Yes.
And this is my thing, right? It's like I don't mind if people want to dress a certain way, because I get it. In other cultures, maybe kilts are, you know what I mean? And even in India, right?
I never got kilts. Yeah.
Right. But this is my thing. It's like, you understand what's going on in society. You understand, you know what I mean, how there's a big push between people feeling like these type of things are being pushed on them. People are having an issue right now with this type of stuff being pushed on them. So for you to go in the spotlight and do it, it's weird. It's like, look, if you know that people are like, for example, when you know people are sensitive about the T issue, right? They don't want to offend the people who are T's. They don't want to offend the J's, right? So they won't encroach upon them. So when other people are offended by people trying to push that on them, why don't you respect them? Why don't you respect the people that don't want to have their kids, be indoctrinated with this type of information? Why are you still, doing that that there are a whole half of America that is sensitive about that. You know what I mean?
Well, that guy might be wearing a kilt, but I'm pretty sure he had to play a bagpipe too. So,
but isn't he doing the T face here? Isn't he mocking the T people? Like, you know how they say you can do blackface? And I say the trans people, they're doing woman face. Really? You know what I mean? Like
cultural appropriation, right?
Yeah, but that's doing woman face.
They're acting like the worst of the black women. They're acting like the black women.
Yeah, because it will be back. But you know what I mean? Like when they say, if I paint myself black, I'm doing blackface. Okay, right. I'm not black, right? So the T people, when they act, when they dress up like a woman, they are doing woman face because they're not women. Do you know what I mean? It should be the same. The same. You know?
But here's another problem, though, that causes that division as well, too. And I see this too, and it stems out of false pride. I hear so many people with pride in shit that they had nothing to do with. I'm proud to be an American. Why? Yeah. You had nothing to do with it. You were born within a certain geographical area that's commanded by some.
And when they say we did this, we went there.
Right. Or somebody will say, I'm proud to be black, or I'm proud to be white. And I'm like, why? You had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
You could have been born anyone. In fact, you were. Okay.
Yes. That's so true. Yes. What is that, right? And Ross probably.
I want to ask Ross something.
Yeah, he's back, I think.
He froze again.
I want to ask him if he calls himself African American.
I just read the chat.
Do
you know Stavely, Ross? He's a Mandela guy. He's like,
oh man, no, honestly, if I do, like I said, I'm not great with names. If we've had a conversation, I would remember that for sure, and I'll remember faces. But I'm not great.
Yeah, you gotta remember him when you see him. He has this. For me, it's like a mafia accent. You know, it sounds like, you know, it could be in a mafia movie.
But Italian.
Yeah, I don't know. Sovereign, what is this?
Forget about it.
Forget about it.
It's New England. It's just New England. It's
New England.
New England. You know, it's a Boston type accent. But I'm sure you've run across Dose the Reality. He's got a few channels out there. He's on several different platforms. He's been around for quite a while. And
jump in if you want, Stavely. The link is in the description. But Ashman, you wanted to ask Ross something.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Do you describe yourself as, for people in general, as African American? Do you use that term on yourself?
I see.
Or in general?
I think yes.
I don't want to look into it, Vince. It's just a question, man.
Yeah.
You're muted, bro.
You're muted.
Apple.
We didn't mute you. We're not like that piece of shit.
It's definitely Apple. We're gonna blame Apple.
Yes, we are.
All right. So you said, do I consider myself African American?
Yes.
Do you present yourself, or do you call yourself, or do you like that term? All of those questions.
Well, I mean, I don't necessarily have a bias toward it. I'm pretty indifferent about every term. You know me, like I can't be offended about anything. So it's like, whatever you want to call me, it is what it is. I personally, you know, at the risk of being cliche, I'm the type of person that when people will ask me directly, I'll say I'm a human. You know what I mean? I'm a human. I'm a citizen of Earth. You know,
Ross, my daughter does that. When she's filling out a form, and if it asks race, she just puts human. She puts human. That's
what we are. Yeah, that's what we are. But let me add this.
Yeah,
but think about this. Elon Musk is an African American.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
dude, hey,
legally.
I ask Angela or her boyfriend Sean. They live up in Canada.
You know what I'm gonna say?
Do they refer to black people in Canada as African Canadians?
Right.
And she said no, and I was like, okay, so that's very telling.
Right.
You know, that's very telling.
Yeah.
Ashman, you wanted
to
say?
If I moved to the US, I would call myself African American proudly, actually, because I am African who moved to
But they,
the US. That would
yeah,
make
but
sense.
you would be a legitimate African American.
But they
Like,
would
we're
think
talking-
you're
basically.
they would
if we're
think
talking
you're a
about country-
Muslim.
My bad, right.
No. They would think you're Middle Eastern. Go, Ross. Go,
Oh, no,
Ross.
I was just saying,
Fuck
as far
off,
if we're talking about citizenship, I'm just American. There's no such thing as
Yes.
African American or no. It's
I
like
like that.
no,
I agree with that.
Look, man,
But you know,
that's our biggest problem here is that we have too many infiltrators. You know what I mean? Everybody who lives here has their allegiance somewhere else, and because of that, America has deteriorated.
Yes,
almost to the bottom.
Yes.
You know when they say, oh, that's Ashman. You know the noise, but you know when they say people of color, you know that is. It's back.
Yeah, I'm right.
You know when they say people of color,
freaking me
that
out.
is two of them. When they say people of color, you know that it is kind of racist to say people of color because because you are separating everybody else from the white people who aren't even white.
There you go.
White people aren't even white either. They're pink. Right?
Dude, more people need to talk about that. More people need to talk about that, about how racism really does affect white people more than anybody else, right? Especially the lower economic white people. This is the worst, like, you know what I mean? Like that. I'm a real historian, so you got to understand that, like, during the times of slavery, like, slavery was not just black people. And even, like, in America, it wasn't just black people. And so across the world, it obviously wasn't just black people. So the lower economic, non-blacks back then, they get treated like they just don't even exist. Right, it's like you got a slave owner whites, which is like less than 10%.
The black people from Africa?
Well, there was only a small percentage of black people that even came from Africa.
You're right. Listen, there's a lot of
who sold those people?
There's a lot of
those people to
the other Africans. Yeah, the other Africans, and the Arabs. The Africans
they were
and the
already
Arabs.
here.
Oh yeah.
They were already here.
Exactly.
There's evidence of the Moors being here. Did you know that Abraham Lincoln?
Yeah, my ancestors were here. My ancestors were here.
His inaugural address was translated from Arabic, and there's a letter from Lincoln to the Sultan of Morocco thanking him for the speech. This is some stuff people don't realize, man, that there were black people here long before anybody supposedly brought any here, and that a lot of these natives that we were fighting were actually black people.
100% on point. 100% on point.
The interesting thing about the USA is the mix of people that, to me, I don't see the USA as any other country, because I see the USA as people who just want a type of freedom or a type of, country. Yeah, used to. yes, but I still see it like that. Like that is what it should be. And in that, there is no color. It's just people that have the same mentality, and they call themselves American because they share that mentality, and that's how it should be. Fuck the skin color and all that shit. Like, I hate dumb people. And I don't care if you look like me. If you're dumb, I don't want anything to do with you. I don't give a fuck if you look like me. Who gives a fuck? It's just it's exterior. It's like the clothes you're talking about, Sovereign. Who gives a fuck? I want to see who you are and your actions. Like, that's all I care about, And it's so stupid that some people don't care about that, which is retarded. It's absolutely retarded.
Well, it's easy. What's an easy way to separate people into groups? I mean, you give a kid a bunch of different sheep, and what's he going to do? He's going to sort out the black ones from the brown ones, from the white ones to the other, and he's going to have them separate. And pretty soon, those herds are going to adopt that separatism and see themselves as different because they've been sorted out that way.
And then they take it a step further with maybe religion or something else. Like that's a higher level of
than politics. You're going to create a false paradigm of left versus right so that you can always be the synthesis.
Yeah, it's a bunch of separations. Hey, talking about that,
it's a mind game, Vince. It really is. If you think about it, governo mentis means control of the mind. Government. It only exists in your head.
I know.
Everybody has to believe it in order for it to be. Like,
listen to this. Listen to this. You probably heard this before, or maybe not. It's a secret covenant of the rulers. Let me know if you guys hear this. I'm gonna put it on speed. So it's basically their secret playbook.
Covenant that you might or might not have heard about. The secret covenant.
Do you guys hear that?
Yep.
Was created by none other than the Rockefellers, and maybe even someone even higher than them, let's be honest. But this is their secret covenant and their clause of things that they wanted to follow. And if you're a conspiracy theorist or a critical thinker and you're aware of what's been going on in the world, you're going to know exactly how suitable this is. This is written word for word, and I want to read it to you. Okay, so bear with me. The secret covenant, an illusion that will be so large, so vast, it will escape their perception. Those who will see it will be thought of as insane. We'll create separate fronts to prevent them from seeing the connection between us. We will behave as if we are not connected to keep the illusion alive. Our goal will be accomplished one drop at a time so as to never bring suspicion upon ourselves. This will also prevent them from seeing the changes as they occur. We will always stand above the relative field of their experience, for we know the secrets of the absolute. We will work together always, and we will remain bound by blood and secrecy. Death will come to he who speaks. We will keep their lifespan short and their minds weak while pretending to do the opposite. We will use our knowledge of science and technology in subtle ways so that they will never see what's happening. We'll use soft metals, aging accelerators, and sedatives, and food and water also in the air. They will be blanketed by poisons everywhere they turn. The soft metals will cause them to lose their mind. We will promise to find a cure from our many fronts, yet we will feed them more poison. The poisons will be absorbed through their skin and mouths, and they will destroy their minds and reproductive system. From all this, their children will be born dead, and we will conceal this information. The poisons will be hidden in everything that surrounds them and what they drink, eat, breathe, and wear. We must be ingenious in dispensing the poisons, for they can see far. We will teach them that the poisons are good with fun images and musical tones. Those they look up to will help. We will enlist them to push our poisons. They will see our products being used in the film and will grow accustomed to them and will never know their true effect. When they give birth, we will inject poisons into the blood of their children and convince them that it's for their help. We will start early on when their minds are young. We will target their children with what the children love most, sweet things. When their teeth decay, we will fill them with metals that will kill their mind and steal their future. When their ability to learn has been affected, we will create medicine that will make them sicker and cause other diseases for which we will create yet more medicine.
There goes YouTube.
We will render them docile and weak before us by our power. They will go depressed, slow, and obese. And when they come to us for help, we will give them more poison. We will focus their attention toward money and material goods so they many never connect with their inner self. We will distract them with fornication, external pleasures, and games so that they may never be one with the oneness of it all. Their minds will belong to us, and they will do as we say. If they refuse, we shall find ways to implement mind-altering technology into their lives. We will use fear as a weapon. We will establish the governments and establish opposites within. We will own both sides. We will always hide our objective but carry out our plan. They will perform the labor for us, and we shall prosper from their toil. Our families will never mix with theirs. Our blood must be always pure, for it is the way. We will make them kill each other when it suits us. We will keep them separated from the oneness by religion. We will control all aspects of their lives and tell them what to think and how. We will grow them kindly and gently, letting them think that they are guiding themselves.
Right.
We will foment animosity between them through our factions. When a light shall shine among them, we shall extinguish it by ridicule or death, whichever suits it best. We will make them rip each other's hearts apart and kill their own children. We will accomplish this by using hate as our ally, anger as our friend.
Their own children.
Totally, and never shall they see that from their conflicts we emerge as their rulers. They will be busy killing each other. They will bathe in their own blood and kill their neighbors for as long as we see fit. We will benefit greatly from this, for they will not see us, for they cannot see us. We will continue to prosper from their wars and their deaths. They shall repeat this over and over until our ultimate goal is accomplished. We will continue to make them live in fear and anger through images and sounds. We will use all the tools we have to accomplish this. The tools will be provided by their labor. We will make them hate themselves and their neighbors. We will always hide the divine truth from them. They were all one. That they were all one. This they must never know. They must never know that a man's color is an illusion. They must always think that they are not equal.
An illusion.
We will advance our goal.
Exactly.
We will take over their land, resources, and wealth to exercise total control over them.
That's what they're
doing now.
doing
We will deceive them into accepting laws that will steal the little freedom they will have. We will establish a money system that will imprison them forever, keeping them and their children in debt. When they shall band together, we will accuse them of crimes and present a different story to the world, for we shall own all the media. We will use our media to control the flow of information and their sentiment in our favor. When they shall rise up against us, we will crush them like insects, for they are less than that. They will be helpless to do anything, for they will have no weapons. We will recruit some of their own to carry out our plans. We will promise them eternal life, but eternal life they will never have, for they are not us. The recruits will be called initiates and will be indoctrinated to believe false rites of the passage to their higher realms. Members of these groups will think that they are one with us, never knowing the truth. They must never learn this truth, for they will come against us. For their work, they will be rewarded with earthly things and great titles, but never will they become immortal and join us. Never will they receive the light and travel the stars. They will never reach their higher realms, for the killing of their own kind will prevent passage to the realm of enlightenment. This
Hold
they
on,
will
hold
never
on,
know.
hold on, hold on.
The truth will be hidden in their face.
You know, when she read, they will never travel the stars, one would think, that's some space bullshit. What if they're talking about actually traveling through the stars after we die? Because maybe that's what we're doing.
Right,
You know,
right.
I don't know, Sovereign and Ashman and Ross, if you heard this theory that we all have a star connected to our being, and once we die, we go back to this star or whatever. I don't know if that's true, but you know, who knows? Who knows? But it's a little bit left. Hold on.
So close they will not be able to focus on it until it's too late. Oh yes, so grand the illusion of freedom will be that they will never know that they are our slaves. When all is in place, the reality will have created for them. The reality we will have created for them will own them. This reality will be their prison. They will live in self-delusion. When our goal is accomplished, a new era of domination will begin. Their minds will be bound by their beliefs, the beliefs we have established from time. But if they ever find out they are our equal, we shall perish. This they must never know. If they ever find out that together they can vanquish us, they will take action. They must never ever find out what we have done, for if they do, we shall have no place to run, for it will be easy to see who we are once the veil has fallen. Our actions will have revealed who we are, and they will hunt us down, and no person shall give us shelter. This is the secret covenant by which we shall live the rest of our present and future lives, for this reality will transcend many generations and lifespans. This is a secret covenant. This is why it's so important to learn about this, because when you learn about this, you create a life outside of the system. When you're aware of it, you can no longer be controlled. When you know what they want to do, you no longer fall into the traps from health, money, and power.
What do you say? You think
she lost me there? She lost me there. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
explain.
Oh no, my bad. Go ahead, Ashman. Go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Well, I just want to say three quick things about that. Right. Number one, right. You know, the day that my son was born, my first son, I got kicked out of the hospital, right? Because we had signed, you know, the forms that we didn't want any shots. And we didn't want the umbilical cord to be cut, right? And the doctors completely ignored us and did it anyway. And so obviously I was in there.
Hold on, you wanted to stick to the stomach? To how long? Like, for how long can you?
At least a half hour.
Well, I mean, the funny thing is, right? Like while I was in there arguing with all the nurses, right? Well, there was one nurse who was technically on my side who was saying that in her family, like none of them are born at the hospital for this reason, because they let the umbilical cord come off naturally, because it naturally falls off, because that's the baby's main food source in the stomach, right? And so when it comes out of the stomach, it's the mother. It takes the mother at least a few days for the milk all the way to develop, specific to what the baby needs. That's what the mother's milk does,
right? Yeah.
Well, right. And this is.
You get stem cells too.
They need the stem cells.
You get stem cells from the cord. Okay.
Oh, yes.
Right. Exactly. Right. So I just wanted to say that, like, I went through that personally, right? Where it's like, you know, a lot of, anyways, the second thing that I wanted to say, is that, you know how they said in the letter, like, if they find out that they're equal to us, then our power, I'm like, look, it's too late. We already know. You know what I mean? So, and this is why I always make that point to say, like, yeah, there are people, right, who are doing evil or whatever it may be, but we never have to fear them. You know what I mean? The fear is the only power they have over us, like Freddy Krueger. You know what I mean? Like a vampire, and they are vampires. You know what I mean?
Yes.
You find out that they're really quite cowardly. And this is what you find about people that always want control. People that want control are people that are in fear all the time. Okay.
Yeah.
And once you realize that, you see how they start to act. I mean, look at the level of protection they have to put up around themselves. I mean, within my lifetime, I've seen them have metal detectors and scanning people before they go into a courthouse. Okay?
Wasn't it Bill Hicks who made that joke? Yeah, wasn't it Bill Hicks who made that joke about the Pope? Have you heard that, Sovereign? Bill Hicks.
No.
He's like, you would think a man of God would not need to be in a car with plexiglass, as if, you know, somebody's out to get him.
The Pope. You're talking about the Pope.
Bill Hicks made a joke about that. But continue, Sovereign. Yeah.
He's not the. I can tell you this: he's not the man of God, not the creator God.
That's what Bill Hicks. That's what Bill Hicks was trying to say. Like, why does he need the plexiglass? You know what I mean?
If the whole story of the Reformation doesn't show people what the Vatican and what the Pope really is, then I'm sorry, there's no hope for you. Okay, this is, you got to realize, this is where the whole push for the heliocentric model came out of, through Jesuits who were put into positions, right? And the whole point was to discredit the Bible. That was its initial thing. And even the Jesuits say that we will infiltrate universities, institutions of science, institutions of government, in order to achieve our ends. And they know no bounds. If you've ever read the Jesuit oath, oh my God, they have no limits to achieve their goal.
But you know, the video we just heard from her, it's like 6-7 minutes long. Man, does people need to hear this exact speech? And I'm talking about the sheeple. Like, this should be blasted everywhere, but they won't listen to this, right? They're too busy doing nonsense, you know, the sheeple. But they should listen to this, because this is exactly what's going on.
It is.
Right?
Yeah.
But they don't care.
I also look at it as a revelation of the method as well. It's a lesser magic. They have to tell you. They have to tell you. And if you're too ignorant, and just like the thing says, people are rising up about it, we're going to make them look like crazy, you know. And how many times do we hear tinfoil hat conspiracy theorists? You know, you think everything.
Sick hat, by the way.
Huh?
They have
nice
sick hat, by the way.
Yeah, tinfoil. But also, could it also be this? Because I'll often hear sheeple say, well, if this was their plan, do you really think they would tell you?
They have to, like you said.
I know, but could this be deliberate on their part, because they know the sheeple will say that line to you? Like, if they reveal the stuff, they know that the sheeple will not buy it, because the sheeple's default response is, why would they spill the beans on their plans? Do you know what I mean? Could that also be why they do reveal it? Because
I think it definitely could be a reason, but I think the real reason is because they understand frequency and energy, and they know
also free will.
They know that what they put out, if they feel like they're wrong, then it's going to be wrong. So they have to tell you, so that way they can feel vindicated by that. Right, so they don't necessarily feel like what they're doing is wrong, because they told you about it and you accepted it.
Yeah,
but
so
karma.
But also think about this.
It's direct energy. It's like, go ahead.
It's causing a division as well, because what a better way to put it out there? Because by putting it out there, we get that very argument. Well, why would they do that? Why would they lie? See, and that's going to confirm into people's heads that, oh, nobody would do that. Well, you're not dealing with regular people here. Okay, of course they would. And you're going to go, oh, they would never tell us. That's some kind of crackpot shit.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of that, and it's a bit of a karma, and it's a bit of what Ross said about the frequency and energy and shit like that, whatever that is. He'll be back. I always say that. He'll be back.
Think about this. You're standing on a subway platform, right? And there's guys standing there with you. He's joking around and shit. And he says, dude, I'm going to push you in front of the train when it comes, you know, and you laugh and chuckle. And then he fucking does. You see, that's the thing. You know, of course he's not going to do that. He's just joking. Why would
until it does?
He's going to do it, right? And then boom, he goes and does it. You're like, what the fuck? Yeah, they did tell me.
Yeah, that's too late then. It's too late.
I mean, there's a comment, Vince.
Huh?
There's a comment about
read.
Angela. She said you can grow your own food or get their poison. Your choice. Here's the problem with that. It's insanely difficult for you to grow something biologically nowadays. I mean, to do it very naturally without any chemicals. Because for you to grow, I mean, if you think about it, why did people die in the past? Because some crops, they were like doing this for the crop to just please grow for the love of God. It's not like with chemicals. It's very easy with chemicals for things to grow nowadays. But if you want to do it like naturally, it's extremely hard.
Dude,
Especially
you reminded me of somebody talking about, you know, the GMO things that they've been doing. This person, I don't remember who it was a video on Twitter. That person said, even if you're trying to keep shit organic, the seeds from this bullshit GMO is spreading through your shit and contaminating your shit. So eventually there won't be any organic shit anywhere. She said, I think it was a she. She said, except potatoes, I believe. There was something about potatoes, if I remember correctly. Something with potatoes doesn't let it get cross-contaminated or some shit like that. But other stuff, I could be wrong, but I believe it was potatoes. Like potatoes keeps their whatever. I don't know what.
Dude, the only thing that's actually organic and you can taste is cow's milk, but without boiling it. If you take cow's milk straight from the cow, but don't boil it and
that was a bull.
No. That bacteria that they say, oh, it has bacteria. What is that?
Yeah, but Ashman, what if that cow eats some bullshit? GMO bullshit.
Some literal bullshit.
What do you mean?
What if the cow?
I wasn't even thinking about that, but that's funny. Yes. What if that cow ate some bullshit? but what if that cow ate some,
if you think back in the story in Genesis where, and I believe, you got to look at metaphor, that they were tempted by the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Okay. So this, this beguiler came around and said, hey, the reason God doesn't want you to have that knowledge is because he doesn't want you to be like him. Well, no, it's the same thing as why you don't let your kids have Oreo cookies before dinner time, right? Or for dinner, right? Because you as a parent know that the child doesn't have the good judgment to know that that's not a proper dinner.
Yeah.
Well, just like as we are the children of God, that was knowledge that we are not supposed to partake of because we're not responsible enough to handle it. So what's the first thing man does when he discovers the genome and the DNA molecule? Hey, let's fuck with it. No, let's not. You're opening Pandora's box by doing that. And even up to and including Newton with his story of the apple falling from the tree, I believe is metaphorical. This guy was obsessed with Hermes Trismegistus and the emerald tablets. And there again, the apple falling from the tree, and he comes up with gravity in 1666.
Apple, right? It's so metaphoric. The apple falling from the tree, right? Think about it. If we are with God in the tree of life, you know what I mean? The apple is what caused us to fall.
Right.
I'm like, that's a fake story. I don't even believe Newton existed now. Now they told me that he's not even real.
Yeah.
He's probably like, that's so, you know what I mean? Like he discovered it with an apple falling from a tree. Come on.
No, he was
New York is called the Big Apple. What's fallen in New York? 2 towers. That's funny.
He was absolutely obsessed with the writings of Hermes and the idea of the sun being a magnificent power. And this is how he came up with the idea of this gravity. He was taking Copernicus's model and then giving a reason why it was happening.
So hold on. In this chat,
another Hermes disciple. Yeah.
Is it only me, Sovereign, who is not really religious?
I believe in God. I have a relationship with God, but my opinion is that religion and God have very little, if anything, to do with one another.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. I'm like, what's up with
when you say religious, what do you mean?
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying, me and Sovereign, we believe in God.
I believe in God.
That's it.
I'm a Muslim.
Think about this.
But the only reason I am a Muslim because, in my opinion, the Quran doesn't have any Mandela effects, and it believes in the flat Earth, and we cannot escape.
What do you do when it does?
Well, until now it doesn't.
The
And it's
irony-
been there for
Let me
1,000
just
years.
give you
So
a brief rundown. I'm going to give you a brief rundown. This is what I always tell people about religion versus your own personal relationship with God. Okay.
Yeah.
If anybody that has brothers and sisters, you know that your mother or your father love you all. All of you as children, they love them all. But they have a different relationship with each one of those kids. Each one of their children, they have a different, unique relationship with each one of those siblings, although they're the same parent. Now, imagine if you went and tried to adopt the same relationship that your brother or your sister has with your mom or your dad. You can't, because it's not genuine. And so when you grab up to a religion, now what you're doing is you're forfeiting your personal relationship with your Father God with someone else's interpretation of what your relationship should be.
Right.
Good point.
Amen.
Good
but what if that religion goes with the truth? What if that religion is, when I read this book that is called the Quran, it goes toe to toe with the things that I already believe, and it's just I figure out, oh, it talks about that too, or I believe that too. So what is that about?
You got to also take into consideration the same thing can be said with the Bible too. But how many of us would go out and kill the firstborn of somebody's a certain sect of people? You know, like with the you know what I'm saying? Is there's certain things
Christian,
that you go, hey, wait a second, that doesn't resonate with me. That doesn't resonate.
Yeah, you can talk to Ross about that, man.
I'm not Christian. Hey, but I will say this, like when it comes to, I think when it comes to groupings and things that are valuable, like I think that there is value in religion, right? I think that especially when we start talking about our relationships with women and marriage and all that, right? Of course, there is value there. And I
if
think
it's between religion and Satanists like we have today, you know.
right? So it's like we would much rather have religion than we would rather have.
I froze.
Are you reading that?
I just got it.
You read that?
My wife
shit! I
picked it
missed
up.
that.
Oh, really?
And
you just want to see if there's Mandela effects in it, right, Sovereign?
Yeah. How about this? Read it and do a review.
What I find is that with a lot of religions, when you cut right down to it, it's everybody's telling the same story a different way, and they're all fighting over, I'm right. No, I'm right. No, I'm right.
Exactly.
And it's like, wait.
Right.
An NIV. I've got a King James. I've got an original 1611 King James. I've got New World Translation from the Jehovah's Witness. I have a Book of Mormon. I mean, it fascinates me. Yeah. Do I swallow it all whole carriage? No. Yeah. But I find it interesting because I find a common thread with everybody.
No, I was literally going to say that, like I said in my first debate with Mark, when we debated on creation, I'm like, look, you can have a philosophy. That philosophy becomes a religion when you start forcing it on other people. You could believe whatever you want to believe, right? Yeah. You can tell me what you believe and try to convince me, right? But you can't say that I'm lower or lesser than you because I disagree. Now that's when it becomes oppressive. So that's my only thing with religion. I think that religion is good, especially if you're the head of your household. Then sure, like bring your family up in a religion if you want, right? But then the oppressive nature that people try to use their ideas over other people, that's when I get extremely aggressive about rejecting it. Because you know what I mean, like that you can have a philosophy, but you cannot force your philosophy on other people. You know?
Right. Yeah, but the danger comes from that eventually these people will be like, all right, this is how God wants the world, and we're gonna make sure that God's will be done. You know, right?
Not talking to God. God would not tell them to do that. Hell no.
I know, but there is some people. Yeah.
If God made the world, why would He need you to fix it? He don't need you to fix the world. You know what I mean? It's like,
well, they can be like, well, you know, there is a problem with degeneracy.
Is everything that God made good, or is it not? Right? God made everything, and everything that He made is good. If you don't believe, then
I know, but they're like, my job is to clean this shit up, you know, for God. Clean this up.
Told them, like, why the hell? That's insane. Yeah, see,
I know, but I'm
how do you get messed up? how to get messed up in the first place. So if we were given, and I don't like how it says that man was given dominion over the earth. And no, I don't like that word, dominion. I prefer custodialship. You know, we were given custodianship of this world. Okay. This is your home. Take care of it. This is your home. Take care of it. But also realize that you're an integral part of a giant living organism that we call the earth. This thing is magnificent. It's self-perpetuating. It's regenerating. It's the most magnificent creation in the world, but it only really works with all of its components. Just like you have a circulatory system, a respiratory system, nervous system, none of those things can exist outside of relationship with the others.
Fact.
And so
Amen.
If we're the kidneys of the world, just metaphorically, right? If we fuck up, then we've basically gone into renal failure for the earth.
Right. No, I agree 100%. You know, I agree 100%. And we talked about this a lot last time. Was like we're all just small, different parts of the whole. And like I said, I can never look at myself as better or worse, you know what I mean, than anybody else, because like I said, if I have an arm, I can't just lose my arm because my arm is not the most, you know what I mean? It's like just because my arm is not the most important part of my body, that don't mean that I can live without it. You know what I mean? Like I cannot live without my arm. You know what I mean? That's not going to happen, you know? And so I think that when everybody starts looking at themselves as, look, just because I'm different or I play a different role than somebody else, it's not even about them being just as important. It's like they have to stop looking at themselves as less, because then now they start encroaching on other people because they feel less. Like you said about them having fear. Anybody that's in power right now and they're trying to encroach upon other people, it's because they have that fear that if they don't do that, then they're going to be back in their place of less. You know, I talked about this on my stream a little while back because I kind of got overly aggressive on one of the people who I was commenting with, right? Because I was joking on him and making fun of him. He got so mad he threatened to fight me. And so me as a person that believes in the non-aggression principle, like I had to make it clear that, look, you know, this is the only issue.
And he was a Globey, right? Was it Globey? Was he a Globey?
Yeah, of course.
Why are most of them, if not all, assholes? What's up with that?
I mean, that's a whole psychological conversation, right? But I tell you, like,
maybe Sovereign's right. Maybe all of them have been caught with some bullshit, and they're all now just Agent Smiths, and that's why they're assholes. Yeah. Hey, listen, I'm gonna take a smoke. You guys go, okay?
Yeah. So I had to make a point. Right.
He fucked it up. He left his mic open.
Oh, okay, yeah. So I had to make a point to explain to him, like you got to understand why libertarians in America believe in the non-aggression principle, right? Mm-hmm. We believe in the non-aggression principle because the world is messed up right now, because our tax money has gone to our military to go around the world and create disorder. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. I can damn near point to every conflict in the world and how our own government masquerading in the name of us, right, are starting these conflicts, right? And literally the non-aggression principle alone, not only does it fix that, but it fixes violence, right? I don't believe that violence is a natural part of life. Obviously, there's violence in nature, right? But we're supposed to be civilized. That's the point of us being human beings. Is that we have the ability to rise above that and not be animalistic in our nature, right? So I believe that the one key thing that we're missing to where we can get to a point where we don't resolve conflicts violently is the non-aggression principle. You know what I mean? Like I said, I will keep it words with people forever. You can say whatever you want about me. So my channel is called Real Offended. Call me the B word. Say my mom is this, my dad is that. I don't care what you say about me. As long as you don't threaten me with violence, I have no problem. I will never threaten you with violence. I will never commit a violent act on anybody that's not being violent on me. And if not for that, then we have no violence on the planet. You know what I mean? By definition, you know. And of course, property theft being, you know what I mean, I guess classified somewhat as violent, you know what I mean? But like I said, I have such a huge problem, you know what I mean, with people that you know, their fear forces them to sit in the world, you know, ultimately in a state of fear. And it's always going to lead back to my conversations about energy, right? And how we're all just one collective consciousness, you know what I mean? It's like, even, you know, the C word itself, you know, that fake dis-ease, you know what I mean? Like, you know, the dis-ease, that it's literally just, right, a certain body of cells, right, that are taking over the rest. You know what I mean? Like I said, I don't want to get too.
It's the porcupine principle. That's what I call it. My flag, if I ever had a flag, would be the yellow Gadsden flag, but it would have a silhouette of a porcupine, and just it would say, "Don't start no shit, won't be no shit." Okay.
Right.
So a porcupine is a beautiful example. Okay, they just go through the forest and they do porcupine shit. They don't bother nothing, right? But if something attacks it and tries to fuck with, they're gonna have a bad day.
Right.
And that's where I'm at. I'm a porcupine.
Exactly.
You know?
Hey, and man, it's crazy that this conversation keeps dropping out. I think I figured out that Apple. I'm pretty sure Apple has a trigger word thing on for the Rumble thing, right? Because think about we know which apps they're going to be more focused on censoring. Obviously, you feel me?
Sure.
And so it's crazy that like I noticed that when I start talking about certain things or say certain words, that's around the time that it starts dropping out. Like for example, when I use the word, I start talking about women, but a certain type of woman, right?
Yeah.
And think about our first stream was all about women, right? And that's when it was
Cook, piece of shit, man.
Right.
Tim Cook, he doesn't play around, man.
You know, so I'm pretty sure that it's them probably trying to censor, because think about it doesn't really hurt them, but they're like, look, we can't technically censor it, so what we do is just like we can put it to where the bit rate goes super low, and to the point where the app is pretty much going to close every time certain amount of this word gets used. It's like it's very easy for them to do that.
Well, there's three words that people need to keep in the forefront of their mind when they're looking at all of this, and that is full spectrum dominance. They want full spectrum dominance, and they're achieving it, especially in the tech world, especially with AI. They just put in what words they want it to do a certain action, boom, they do it. And like you were saying, they're just programming that shit in there. I run into problems on my stream too when I start talking about certain things. And I start getting low bandwidth and freezing up, and no other time do I ever have any of these problems except when that's occurring. So there's definite shit going on out there. Well, it's legion. I mean, I look at it like legion, that there's these certain amount of NPC type people that are out there that are kind of soulless, that they've just been born to inhabit members of this army. And you can never get through to them. You say, oh yeah, well, I had such and such. Oh really? How do you know? Oh, well, I had the test. Well, the test didn't work, right? Oh really? Yeah, they don't. Well, I have it anyways. Well, how do you know you have it? Well, I took the test. And it's like they can never get past that. They can never past it.
Yeah. Oh, my bad. Go ahead, Ashman.
No, go ahead.
Oh, yeah, no, we talked about this a lot last time, where I was saying, there's no such thing as anything going on in the body. Jack Canfield has a good seminar where he shows how, if I make you think one thing, you can't do opposite with your body. You can try all you want, your body's gonna do exactly what your mind is telling you. And I did want to say, because we definitely have to have another conversation more in depth about this on my channel, hopefully, you feel me? So or at least somewhere, at least somewhere where we can get a consistent stream going and I'm not dropping out, you know what I mean? Because this is one of my favorite conversations. Yeah, this is one of my favorite conversations. So we're definitely going to do this again, because I got to take off in a few minutes, right?
Hey Vince, Ross discovered something about Apple. Tell him, Ross. Discovered something.
He's got to go.
I was saying that it's probably Apple that has certain trigger words that they're going to shut the app down, because think about it, I have them both up at the same time, right? Both Apple phones. So what are the chances that when I say certain words, both of them drop out?
And what is that? Is it regarding T people, or what is it?
No. Well, I mean, I think women, right? I think when we start talking about women too in depth, they're going to slow the bit, because remember that was our main subject in the beginning of our conversation last time, and it kept dropping out. And so literally when I specifically said the words black women, I remember I said black women, and both of my phones cut off at the same time. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying.
It's definitely possible, definitely, and we know how Apple, they got control over the phones.
That's what I'm saying. I'm like,
Yeah, I've even heard that they have a expiration date on the phones where they start to get slower and shit like that, so that you have to get a new one and shit like that. So if they can do that, they can definitely do this and a bunch of other shit.
Right,
a bunch of other shit.
Right, if they can slow the whole phone down, of course they can slow down one app.
Quickly, what was during the sniffles? During the Sniffles 19, do you guys remember how they wanted to update all phones with that bullshit tracker?
Right.
What the fuck was that? I haven't updated my phone ever since. I haven't updated my phone in 4 years.
Me either, honestly, me either.
And it's still there, the notification, like you should update your phone. I can't even remove it, so it's always there every time I have my phone. I've never updated that shit ever since. Fuck you tracking me. Huh?
Planned obsolescence, man. That's what they do. When there's people lined up because to get the latest and greatest thing, and they're there at the store trying to get the very first next greatest phone that's coming out, there's only a limited supply, right? Bullshit. There's a warehouse full, but right next to it's a warehouse full of the next phone. Already made, ready to go, so that when they do the planned obsolescence of the one you just bought, you'll be ready for that next one. They're going to make sure that you've made all your payments. I just got a thing, and they just arbitrarily put it out there to you. It said, "Oh, congratulations, you finally paid off your Galaxy S9." And I'm like, motherfucker, I bought this cash up front. What are you talking about?
Right. But it's just that's crazy.
Insane.
Dang, that's like that right there. Just like sit me on a whole nother rabbit hole I won't talk about when I see.
Before you go, Ross, Sovereign, isn't this guy a cool motherfucker?
Ross? Yeah, I just recently I saw one of his debates. He was with Matthew on Modern Day Debate?
Yeah.
And I was checking that out. I was like, I'm gonna go check out that cat. And so then I was watching, and I was like, oh, cool. He's gonna be on with McToon. Oh my God, I don't know because I was gonna either cover that debate or another one that I'd watched with Whitsitt and Bob the Science Guy. And I couldn't decide which one, and I thought, well, we'll start with the McToon one until I can't take him anymore because I can only take him in small doses, right?
And Sovereign, I think you and me are alike in this way, that we can detect when somebody is intelligent and authentic. Because the first time I saw him was a couple of days ago, I think, in a debate. And I was like, who's this guy? I like him. He's authentic, and he's looking for the truth. That was what I detected.
He plays bass. What could be wrong with that? I've seen that bass. But the thing is I was getting ready to, so I start to watch it, and I thought, God dang, this thing's supposed to start at 9:00. What's going on? Then I start seeing people in the chat saying it's been canceled. It's been canceled because Matthew's a horrible person or some shit like that. And I'm like, what? So then I saw Ross had gone live, and I had already subscribed to him. I said, oh, let's see if he's got something. What happened? I don't know what happened. Then I found out, and I was like, oh, okay.
So before that, you didn't know of Ross before that? Like, is this
from his first the first debate that I saw with him and Matthew, and trying to remember who the hell he was talking to. PhD Tony, wasn't it? Was that the one with you? Who was you with when you?
Yeah. I think maybe I reviewed that debate. Maybe.
No, I was.
I don't know. I never debated PhD Tony. It was Globey McToon.
Yeah.
Okay. I think his name is Globey McToon.
They're always the same. They're all so the same that I get them so mixed up. And then half of them, these globe trolls, they got to go out there and they purposely make their hair into this thing that looks like someone squeezed the top of their head in their ass and then pulled up or something. And it's like, did you purposely go for that? I mean, it's very, I can't, I keep looking at their hair. I have to look away from them when I'm talking,
And also, Ross, like that guy on your Discord, the Globey guy earlier. He has a channel where he only uses his voice. He never shows himself, and he's just going through boring numbers and measurements.
Yes. That guy was in. I'm in Jaren's Telegram group, and just because a few of people are in there trying to set up debates with me, and so he was in there, and at first I was like talking to him like, hey bro, if you want to set up a debate, you know what I mean? And then after like a few messages, I'm like, bro, I will never debate you, bro. Like, cause he threw a few jokes out at me, and they were just terrible, corny jokes. And I'm like, bro, I'm not even joking. I'm like, bro, if you want to debate, set it up. And like I said, then he threw another weird joke at me. I'm like, bro, look, this is what I'll do for you. I'm like, you can come on my channel, and I'll flame you. You come on my channel, and I'll destroy you on my channel. But I'm not gonna go on a debate channel and debate somebody like you. Like you're you know what I mean? Like heck no. You feel me? So that's what I told you. I'm like, bro, like you can just ignore that guy because he already kind of gave me some weird vibes. Like I said, like if I come at you straight and say, hey, I disagree with you, but if you want to debate about it, let's go. And then you throw like a weird like joke at me, and then I don't say anything back, you throw another joke. I'm like, bro, I'm not like I don't like same sex relationships, right? So I don't know if you're trying to come at me or whatever.
Man?
I'm like, bro,
Why
cut it
not?
out. All right. I'm like, I'm not interested in going back and forth with a male. That's exactly what I told him. Like, bro, I don't go back and forth like this with males. Okay. If you want to talk about something serious, let's do that. But I'm not gonna be bickering back and forth with you. That's weird. You know?
Hey, you better check out Will Smith. Apparently loves that. But
Ross, it was Leo. It was the one with Leo.
Okay, Leo. Yeah.
Now I remember it was the one with Leo, and I was like, "No, he's you tore Leo an ass, man. You really did."
Yeah. No, honestly, I was actually extremely proud of that one because that was my first like science debate on the platform. Like they tried to act like
I saw. That was the one I saw as well. Yeah.
Like, everybody tries to act like the creation debates are science debates, but they're not. So like I did a debate with Mark. And the whole time, I just forced philosophy down his throat. I'm like, this is not a science debate. This is a philosophy debate. And it's like to the point where I at the end, like halfway through, he had to just admit it. Like, all right, fine, I'm talking to you about philosophy. I'm like, okay, good. We're not talking science. We're talking philosophy. Your philosophy is evolution, all right? And my philosophy is creation. So let's do that. You know, anyway. So I was excited that with Leo, that was my first science debate. So I'm like, dude, like. I'm gonna come with straight science the whole time. I'm like, everybody thinks they were expecting me to do what I did in the first one, you know what I mean? Which is kind of like, you know, be aggressive. But I'm like, nope, I'm gonna just hit him with information, let him say what he wants to say, and just, you know, dismantle him. And, you know, eventually, you know, I'm gonna turn up and make it more entertaining. But in the beginning, I wanted to just sit there. I'm gonna you know, be calm, write my notes, write down everything he says, and just come back with information the whole time.
But man, listen,
I really was locked in that one.
I got to debate Brenda. Did you have?
Oh yeah, the T man.
Dude. Oh my! And you know what? I'm glad you brought him up, right? So I've watched a bunch of debates because he moderates too, right?
Brenda?
Yeah.
I've never seen him moderate.
If it's the same T, right?
Sovereign, you just misgendered. All right.
Okay. So yeah. So if we're thinking about the same person, right? They moderate, right? And when they moderate, ironically, they're the best moderator, right? It's like, even though you know they're on the evolution side, right? They're actually the most fair and have no problem interjecting, right? So I don't mind watching debates, but I'm sad to say I have to zoom and put them out of the screen because I cannot look at that. I'm sorry, I can only look at it for a few minutes before I'm just like, sorry, I'm just like, yeah, let me just put you to the corner a little bit. You know what I mean? But I did want to say, Sovereign, I appreciate you like checking out my content. I'm like, you know, honestly, I've learned a lot listening to you, and like I said, I look forward to having a conversation with you. You know, of course, you know what I mean. You know, you can have me on anytime. I'm you know, let's connect on Discord or wherever, you know, you're on, and let's connect. I want to have you on my channel for sure. You know,
look at this,
you know,
beautiful.
This is what I'm talking.
You know, one of the things awesome.
But one of the things I pride myself in is I consider myself a forever student. You know what I mean? So wherever there is something for me to learn, I will be aggressive about, you know, knocking on people's doors and borderline embarrassing myself, you know, to get some information that somebody can have that could possibly better my life. You know, so I definitely want to connect with you. Go ahead.
Are you guys on the same time zone, or Sovereign? How many hours?
I'm on the East. I'm East Coast. I'm in Virginia.
So we're 3 hours apart.
3 hours.
Yeah, but I'm on the East Coast a lot though. I have family in Florida, so I'm sort of split life living Florida and California. You know.
Yeah, I'm on just about every night. About it'd be 6:30 your time, and I usually have the link to come up on the pinned into the chat. So yeah, feel free, man. Pop over anytime, hit the bell, and if I'm on. And sometimes we get some marathon streams going, man. Like I've gone as long as 6.5 hours before.
That's nothing. That's nothing for Ross, man.
You know what's funny? Like during the joke. I mean, this is why, like, even though me and McToon, obviously, like, there's nothing about us that we like about each other, right? We're exact opposites. I don't necessarily like the guy, right? But I don't have nothing against him, right? Because we've never got at each other personally, and we only just argue over information, right? But it was funny that, like, I'm pretty sure Toon watches my stuff because, like, it was either before or after. Right, I was saying, like, all right, guys, like, I gotta go, or I'm like, you know, if you guys want, we can end it right now, and I'm gonna just go finish my stream. And Toon was like, yeah, he's gonna get ready for another marathon stream. I'm like, yeah, I do be streaming mad long for no reason, you know what I mean? But it's like the other day we ended up streaming for almost 6 hours, you know what I mean? Because, like, I'm like guys like us, you already know, it's like,
yeah.
Once you bring up something else that I'm interested in, my brain has infinite energy. You know what I mean? It's like
Well, I'll tell you this here. I just put a link in there for my son's channel too, Burn the Corporate Fiction.
Oh yeah, go.
And
sick.
So I just put that in the chat. And
which son is that? I remember.
Yeah, he lives up in Michigan.
Was that the son that you have beef with regarding some Freemason shit?
Yeah. He got kind of bent at me about some shit that I was asking him about the Freemasons and stuff. But
I remember something like that.
He's got some really good information as to how this enslavement that we're under took hold, going all the way back. So he's got some pretty interesting stuff.
Who are you guys talking about?
I just put a link in the chat for my son's channel, Burn the Corporate Fiction.
Okay.
And
you and your son have a beef about Freemasonry.
We did. He had joined. He's been in the Freemasons now for like a year, right?
That's interesting.
And I asked him questions about it. He told me, he says, Dad, he says, you're exactly the kind of person that would be great in this. Good and shit. I'm like, dude, I don't join things, man. I don't. Last time I joined something, I hated it. It was the Army, and I'm never going to join anything. I don't want to be, because as soon as you incorporate yourself, now I can associate, that's fine. But as soon as you incorporate yourself, get yourself vested, then what I find is you got these people that are wanting to run shit and have rules and start governing the way that you do things. And I'm not going to tolerate that. I'm my own free guy, man. I do my own shit, you know?
Hey, man. And I love your name too, because that's my main push is the push for freedom, right? Free energy, free, free everything, right? And I want to end on this because this is a perfect analogy. Like I said, I'm like, I can convince anybody in 30 seconds, right, that there is no morality in government, there is no morality in forced leadership, right? Just like this, right? If all four of us went to dinner right now, right? All four of us, and even let's say I'm paying, right? Let's say I'm paying, right? And we all four of us go to dinner, right? Do I get to force you guys to eat certain things just because I'm paying for you? No, I don't get to do that, right? Okay, all right. How about this? Let's say 3 of us get together and we vote on what Ashman is supposed to eat. Do we get to tell Ashman to eat because we voted on it?
That's not gonna happen, man. I'm swinging at you guys. That's not gonna happen.
How about this? What if everybody in the restaurant votes that you have to eat this, Ashman? Everybody.
I'm punching a couple of people. Yeah, I'm going.
Hey, you guys gonna have to. Hey, you guys are gonna have to come get me, right? That's what I'm saying. There's no morality in government. Democracy is not moral. There is no morality in democracy. Just because we vote on something, that don't mean you get to tell me what to do. Never under any circumstances. You know what I mean?
Facts.
So I want to end on that. I'm like, trust me. Like, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I believe in voluntarism, right? You want to volunteer to let somebody lead you? Absolutely. You know what I mean? We should come together. We should be in communities, but voluntarily. Nobody has the right to force you to do anything. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna end on that.
Amen.
You know what I mean?
Think of it
Great
along
stuff.
those lines. We could add that and make it even worse. Suppose we all voted that Ashman has to eat bacon. See, now that's even going to go against worse, right? Because now it's going.
Now I'm murdering people. I'm not just punching people. Man.
There you go. That's what started this country here in America. That's what America was started on. All right. You don't get to tell us what to do. Well, and it was a lie, right? Because obviously the guys who were at the top really just wanted to tell their people what to do. You feel me? But
it might blow your mind. It might blow your mind to know that we never really broke away from England. That's just a big show.
I say that in the debate with Leo. I say that I'm like really we're just a British Empire. It's still just a British Empire, 100%.
Unless the theory that Trump ended it. I know it sounds ridiculous, but what if?
God.
Why are we in the Middle East right now? There are no American interests in the Middle East. You know whose interests are there? Britain's interests are there. The people who are fighting in Gaza right now, right? They're from Britain. They're from Britain. I'm just saying, my bad. They're from Britain. Think about it. That's a
you
colony.
can talk about that.
That's all that is.
Man.
I'm not saying they shouldn't be there, right? I'm just saying that is a colony. See it for what it is. All right.
Yeah.
Also,
it's a colony, and we're not going anywhere. So it is what it is. But it is a colony. You know what I mean?
Who gave the people that survived the 1930s, the 40s, certain survivors? Who gave them that land? What country did that? Who gave those people that land? Of course, the Queen, gold prices and all that stuff. That's a country. That's a discussion for another,
Yeah.
Right. With no power to do that. You know what I mean? With no power to do that. So, anyways,
listen. Let Ross leave. He's trying to leave.
Get the fuck out of here.
Forever. Hey, no, for real, dude. This is one of the best conversations I've had in a while. I really enjoyed talking to all three gentlemen. I know we're gonna do it again soon. So I'm gonna pop up on your live, Sovereign. One of these nights. I usually only stream Sundays through Tuesdays, but because you stream later, when I get off work and I get done with for the night,
how does he smoke like weed and he's like this?
Soon. That'd be great.
What was that, man?
How do you smoke weed and you're this eccentric and energetic? Well, how does that work?
Dude,
is that laced with coke or something?
Have to. No,
sativa, man.
Yeah, sativa. But
oh, really?
I also think it just amplifies who you are, right? Like if you are a dumb motherfucker, you're gonna get
just like money.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. So he's an intelligent motherfucker. So when he smokes, he just amplifies.
And it helps you relax because sometimes, like especially when I'm in those debates, when it's like when a dog is in front of the bone, when you're about to get, you know what I mean? It's like you get hype. You know what I mean? You need to relax,
man.
Like and just be calm.
You're like a Jack Russell, man. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
I love it. Yeah.
Here's the thing that I find too is because I'll be talking with somebody, or debating with them, and I'm able to sit back and I'm really listening to the words coming out of their mouths, and I'm able to pick out the contradictions, to pick out the inaccuracies, and then just calmly address them afterwards. It's sort of like I'm listening to what you say. And that's like with Brenda. She's like, well, science is a guess. This is what she said. Or he. She said, I'm so in trouble with this.
But both things though, saying science is a guess would
Freudian,
set me off.
man, Freudian.
It would set me off.
But they're getting better at it. And I said, so they're getting better at guessing? Is that what you're telling me? I said, that's what squirrels do. They bury enough acorns that if they dig around enough, they're going to find one. That's just a shot in the dark. You might, if you shoot enough shots in the dark, you might hit something,
Dude, yeah. All right. So, I got to go. I love you guys, man. Yeah. We're definitely going to be talking soon. Because like I said, you know how bad I want to stay and finish having this conversation.
I know.
Like,
go, Ross.
This is like,
get the fuck
so
out of
many
here.
like we've touched on so many things that I love. You feel me? So, all right, you guys take care. I'll see you soon.
Yeah. See you soon. Talk soon. Great
Peace,
stuff.
buddy.
Peace out, Ross.
Yes, sir.
Sovereign.
Yes, sir.
Sovereign.
Now I can't
Let's
drop
go,
out.
Ross.
Homie, can get the fuck out of here, bro.
You had trouble staying on. Now it won't let him leave.
Yeah, it's so funny. Let me ask you. I have this brother. He's in Iran, okay? He's not really
enemy
religious.
territory.
Yeah, he's not religious. He's not religious, but what he says is when I ask him about religion, he's like, you know what I'm more in line with? I'm like, what? He's like the Zoroastrian thing. And I'm like, okay, what is that about? He's like, they only have 3 things they follow. Do not do evil, do not think evil, do not say evil. Like something to that extent. Do not do bad shit, do not think bad shit, and do not say bad shit. And it's like, that's it.
Wow, that's kind of how I operate, man.
Are you a Zoroastrian?
I mean, it's like I can dig that philosophy. I mean, it can be incorporated into just about anything if you really think about it, because we do have power. Okay.
Yeah.
Words have power. If you speak bad into the universe, there will be bad into the universe. If you write bad into the universe, there will be bad in the universe. I mean, writing, the act of spelling alone is really quite remarkable when you think about it. For instance, we all know different characters like Shakespeare and Hamlet, and or not Shakespeare, but Hamlet, and we know Romeo and Juliet, and these various characters, and they all have a life. We know their background, we know their story, they live, and we reproduce it all the time. But did those people actually ever exist? No. But through the act of spelling, this has been transformed into everyone else's mind and projected into a semi-reality.
Yes. And you know, me and Ross, I don't know, Ashman, were you here or did you leave in the other stream? We talked a little bit about words, and I don't know if you left, Ashman.
I think I left. Just talk about it now. I'll remember.
We were basically talking about when we say words, like if I say orangutan, monkey, apple. If I say that, you get an image of an orangutan, monkey, apple displayed in your head, right? Like, or whatever I say, like it doesn't matter what we say. Whenever we hear a word, it automatically gets drawn, like in our head.
It should. Yeah.
But
what we're having is in subsequent generations, because everything is provided at the expense of the imagination, that ability is leaving. You're seeing with younger people, when you say those words, if I say purple spotted flying cow, they would have to see it in order, a picture of it, in order to get it, because they've withered out that right side of the brain. It's gotten better and better at it.
And do you think that's because of the smartphones and shit and the iPads
TV and
right?
Yeah.
So okay, well, that's a very interesting thing. I want to go back to that, but knowing that words automatically gets pictured in a normal human being's head, and you can't really control it, right? Like if your ears are open and I say whatever the fuck I say to you, it will automatically be
goes into your subconscious.
That too, right?
Yeah.
So I was thinking about regarding hate comments you get, or when somebody's trying to bring you down with words, and you're opened up to listening to those people constantly. Even if you try to fight that, how much of that actually starts to be ingrained in your system, whether you like it or not? You know what I mean? Like if you're around assholes that try to bring you down and say, hey, sovereign, who the fuck do you think you are? You can't do shit. Stop doing this. Just do this instead. You know, these type of asshole people, then they can be everywhere. Yeah. What do you think about that? I thought
that's their attempt, but for you and for myself, who recognize what that is attempting to invoke,
you can kind of block it a little bit.
Yeah. It's hard,
but not fully, right? You can't fully do it.
Well, to a certain extent, your subconscious is a tricky thing, because it believes everything. Okay,
it records everything, right?
It believes everything. It doesn't know negatives, so you'll do it to yourself. How many times have you seen somebody say, oh, I can never do that correctly? And you know what? They never will, because they've convinced themselves. All right. They've already got that. Where you have to change the way you're thinking. You're manifesting the whole idea that you can't do that. If you limit your mind, you limit your possibilities.
Yeah.
Right?
So that's a real thing. Yeah.
And it's also very difficult to hypnotize someone or put them in under one of those spells if they know that that's what's happening. Absolutely. So you have to be on guard. Many of your religious scriptures say to always be on guard. To always be on guard for what you're hearing, what you're taking in. Decipher these things for yourself. Don't just blindly take in information. Don't just go with it. You have to really, you know, does this resonate? Does this work? You've got to be analytic all the time. It's not easy to do, but you still have to analyze what you're, you know, yeah, I'm looking at this pretty picture of the world around me. Well, what am I really seeing? You know, to see and to really understand are two different things.
Yeah. And Ashman, what are your thoughts on this?
Okay, well, let's get back to the first point, because I heard you say, I heard you say that one of those things that you were saying was don't think evil with a certain religion. You said don't do evil, but you said don't think evil. How is that possible?
Said, don't think evil, don't do evil, don't say.
With the don't think evil, how is that possible? Those two are, they can be possible, but to not think evil? Okay, let's say that is possible, to not consciously think about evil. What about subconsciously think about evil? Now that is impossible.
Yeah, well, it's just basically because of the duality of our nature. Okay, and it goes right back to what I was talking about with the ego and the higher self. You have to balance those two
Which
things.
we have that as well in Islam. It's an interesting topic that you brought up, because I was thinking about it. We have it. We have the devil is not the most dangerous thing in the world for us. Believe it or not, it's yourself.
Right, the influence. Who's more deadly on a battlefield, the soldier or the general? The general's the one that's putting out the orders, but the soldiers are the ones committing the act.
Yeah.
The generals very rarely get shot. They're back in the rear calling the shots. It's the front guy that's influence. So what I'm getting at is it's the influence.
That reminds me of a guy who his name is Mark Passio. I don't know if you know about him. He's an ex-Satanist guy who he basically talks about order followers, and he says, yes, the general is a little bit guilty, but it's the motherfucker that is actually doing taking the orders out that is the most guilty. Yeah, you reminded me of that. Order followers.
Well, yeah, the general may be dismayed or feel a little guilt over the casualties on the battlefield, but the guy who caused the casualties has taken on the brunt of the sin, so to speak.
Yeah. Isn't there a beautiful verse in the Bible that talks about that? Like when you it's from a movie, Kingdom of Heaven. Like the king said, it's when you stand in front of God, you can't say I was told to do this, and virtue was not. I don't know what's the verse. But can you look it up, Vince? It's a beautiful verse, and I appreciate beautiful verses from the Torah and the Bible. I'm not like a strict Muslim or anything. Like I appreciate beautiful.
Yeah, you should
wording.
be like that. I don't know what I should search. What could it be?
Man,
like when you stand.
Just say, in front of God, I was. You can't say I was ordered to do this. Just say something like that, and it will correct you, I think.
When you stand in front of God. When I stand in front of God. Yeah, this might be hard to
Just say
find.
Bible verse. Just say Bible. Oh man, I hate when I can't remember stuff. I just read it like a couple of days ago.
It'll come to you like while you're trying to go to sleep. That's what'll happen. That happens to me all the time, man.
Yeah, but that won't work. That won't do anything for me then.
It's always like, oh shit, I know I remembered it. Damn it.
Yeah, but basically you are. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not an excuse. It's like Nuremberg, right? I was just following orders. It's not an absolution from guilt.
Yeah. Let me. Your sound is fucking up a little bit. Yeah, now it's good. I mean, okay, you muted yourself, but let me bring this to you, Sovereign. I think I talked about this with this other guy called King Nico. Regarding the
I'm here. Just hold on.
Okay, you just went without video. you know, the Bible, for example, those who believe in the Bible, they only believe that that is the word of God because they agree that what is said in the Bible would be something a good God would actually be about. You know what I mean? Like, because if it's said in the Bible, behead everybody that, well, you know, some shit like that, you wouldn't be like, that's not God. That,
No.
I don't know what that is, but I don't think that's God, and therefore I won't believe in this Bible, right? So so you are kind of comparing, how do I say this? Like, you already have what God is inside of you, and when you read the Bible, it kind of fits with what your image of a good God is, and therefore you're like, yeah, that's God's word. I can believe that that is God's word. But what I want to say by that is, do you really need the Bible then? Because you already know what a good God is, and therefore, why do you even need the Bible? Because you already have it inside of you. You know what I mean? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? I'm trying to, you know, it's very hard.
You got to look at what they say, and you have to be careful too, because it says that it is the inspired word of God. So what this means is that these various authors were inspired by God to put forth these words. It doesn't mean that God said these things. It wasn't him.
Exactly.
They weren't sitting there like taking dictation from God. All right. So it's the inspired word of God, or what these people.
Where did that inspiration come from?
There we go. There you go.
So who's to say that I couldn't have the same inspiration and then, you know,
exactly right. Exactly right. Because God's word is actually written on the heart. Okay. God's word is written on the heart, like you were saying. Are there things in the Bible that resonate with me as to what I believe in as a creator God? Absolutely. Are there things in there that do not resonate with me? Yes, absolutely. And when we start taking the idea of the word God is a title, it is not a name. So it looks to me like these various people may have actually been inspired by different gods at different times in different places, because that's what we have.
Yes, because in the 10 Commandments, apparently it says, like, do not worship any other gods.
Right.
Why would it say that? There should only be one God, right? So why does it say in the Bible, don't worship any other gods, which is weird. But there was something I wanted to add to this.
By the way, the quote that I was talking about earlier was by King Baldwin, who was the king of Jerusalem at a certain point, who said it to Salah ad-Din, who was trying to free and do like an Islamic crusade, of, if you can call it that. And he told him that the quote that is, you know, I was not, you cannot, and when you stand in front of God, you cannot say I was ordered to do thus, or that virtue was not convenient at the time, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. But Ashman, did you know that there is a quote or something in the Bible that said, maybe I've said this before to you, I don't remember that Jesus, what was it? You know it, Sovereign. Jesus will behead any of his enemies or some shit like that.
Yeah, Luke 19:13. Yeah.
Let me pull that. Luke 19:13.
Which book is that? Because they have a lot of books, so it confuses me.
Yeah, you gotta see it.
Let me get to
It's a King George, or is it New Testament, or which one?
Luke.
Yeah, there's some changes in Luke too. Now,
I'm being disrespectful.
You've heard the thing about consider the sparrows. The sparrows are now ravens, which is crazy. But let's see, 1913. I'm sorry, 1927. My bad.
1927. Okay.
Yeah. But those mine enemies, which would not that I should reign over them, bring hither and slay them before me.
Yeah, there.
And that's Jesus talking, supposedly. And they've
what?
Yeah, the one. Where's the one? Okay, so you used to say, consider the sparrows, for they neither sow nor reap, which neither have storehouse nor barn, and God feedeth them. How much more are ye better than the fowls? Well, now it's ravens. And what do ravens eat? Ravens eat garbage and carrion. They eat dead things, right? And so now it says, consider the ravens, for they need that God's providing dead meat and shit for them to eat, garbage and dead bodies for them to eat. I mean,
so that's a Mandela one. That's a Mandela effect.
Yeah. It's changed from sparrows to ravens, and ravens.
Okay, I want to ask you something, Sovereign. But before that, what do you, Ashman? What do you think about Jesus slaying people?
Okay.
No, having you slay him. He wants you to slay him at his feet.
Bring them here and slay them before me. Okay, so he's not even doing it himself. Okay.
No.
So he's
The
like
context,
that general.
Is it a war context? Is it a what is it?
The context of this is I'll tell you to everyone who has more will be given, but from the one who has not, even what he has will be taken away. Now, as for those enemies of mine who did not want me as their king, bring them here and slay them before me. That sounds like, if you do not believe in me or whatever, fuck them up. Yeah, fuck them up. You know what I mean?
Well,
bring them here, fuck them up. And that to me, hold on. That to me sounds like force, motherfucker. Hold on. That to me sounds like force. And you know who gave us free will? God did. God gave us free will so that we choose ourselves, right? Not being forced. So if this is God trying to force shit on us, that's weird. And it doesn't really add up.
I agree.
I hear myself. Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I agree. But I wish there was a Christian here to defend that point. Because I hate to be, I'm
you want
Christian,
me to
you're not
formulate?
Christian.
I thought you said, I wish it was a question. You said Christian.
No. Christian.
Okay.
To defend the point, you know what I mean?
Yeah, who is Christian that we have? Oh, yeah, King Nico is Christian.
Nico. Yeah, Nico's Christian.
Where are you, Nico?
Very, apparently, yeah. So.
Yeah, we're going to have to talk about this one. We're going to have to talk about this one with Nico. No, come and slay them.
I mean, listen, Vince, with all due respect for Christian people, that verse is not how do you say it? Is not the worst thing in the Bible.
Okay, what have you seen that is worse than this?
I mean, the whole depiction of it, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit. I don't believe in all of that. With all due respect.
Yeah, the Trinity.
Yeah, the Trinity. It doesn't make any sense, and it's very obvious that it is manipulated and it's Mandela affected to the gills, because there's a lot of books and it's very confusing, and there's a lot of timelines, and the timelines are wrong in a lot of the books.
Mm-hmm.
If you compare it to history. So, if you tell that to a priest, it's like you told him his mom had cancer or something. He would look at you and be like, "What are you talking about? You cannot ask questions in church." And so it's
well, that's especially
I say that because we have churches here. So.
That's especially true with Catholicism, because see, that was the whole thing when they first translated the Bible. See, before that, even after that, it was illegal for people to even have a Bible. You would be burned at the stake for having a Bible. Only the priesthood was allowed to read the Bible and know what it said.
Why do you think that was? Why do you think that was?
Because then they could just say, well, God says this, that, and the other, and that's through the Pope. They want allegiance. It's because they wanted allegiance to the church and not to the Bible, not to actually to the Word of God.
Oh, hold on, Sovereign. That you know the two priests that fought over flat Earth. You know the other guy, the Globe priest.
Right.
That guy, what's wrong with him? Because
Locke?
he looks like Locke, Greg Locke.
Yeah. He actually, I've got a clip of him at one of his sermons, and it was just right after this Gaza thing started.
Yeah. Okay.
And he's talking about and he's got his church music playing and everything to accentuate when he makes a point. And we should just have him clear everybody out and blow that damnable dome right off of that rock so that we can build that third temple for Jerusalem. And, you know, just going on. And I was like, are you a madman? What the hell?
You like that,
holy
Ashman?
shit, man. You know,
Yeah,
you're going to
Don't get me
support
excited
these
about it.
atrocities. You're going to support these atrocities by Israel. Really? You're going to do that?
Yeah. And it's priests like that that makes me like, oh, man, this is all bullshit. You know, these power hungry cult leaders, you know, he's like a cult leader. I mean,
he's a prison-born evangelist, man. I've seen a dozen of these or more jailhouse preachers found God while he was locked up. You know, and then what?
And did you see that on his shirt? He had one of those. How can I say this without saying it? You know, CIA has these different logos that they.
The Italian food gate.
Yeah, it's like it looks like squares that goes like this. I don't know what it's called. But he had that on his fucking shirt all over the place.
He's not preaching the word of God at all. He's a charismatic.
And who is he to say, like he acts as if God, like he acts like he knows what God will do. Like he is some closer link to God or some shit like that.
Because he's able to manipulate the audience's emotions. That's why he has that band that plays when he says a certain word and everything like that, and he's bombastic in his presentation.
Holy Jesus!
Yes, that hits people emotionally, man. If you can get people gripped, Hitler did that. You know, he'd come out. This guy was a master. He'd come out at the podium, and everybody's going, "Yay!"
Is it because sovereign? Is it because of energy?
At least he was a great writer.
Is part of it energy that makes people like?
Yeah, he would build up the anticipation. These people are all there gathered in Nuremberg Stadium to listen to him speak, and he comes out on the podium and the crowd hushes. And he doesn't say a thing. He just stands there. And pretty soon it's so silent you can hear a mouse pissing on a cotton ball. It's just, you know what I'm saying? And then he comes in with the emotion of the German people, and this is what we must do. And these people are
We're heading for Poland.
Germany great again, man. You know,
similar like Trump, right?
Exactly like Trump. Trump has taken notes, my friend. He has watched Mussolini. He has watched Hitler. He's taken notes, man. Any good speaker has.
Sovereign, I'll still say this. We'll know in less than a year. You know, the thing, we've been talking back and forth about this. Like, is he with them? I know you say he's with them. And even Ashman is on you with that. And the other guy, King Nico, is with you. And probably Ross. Ross is probably also with you. I'm the only one that's like, maybe there's a chance.
Israel crowned
My reasoning is at least obvious, man.
What do you say?
Israel
At
crowned
least.
Moshiach.
What did you say? Hold on.
What?
I said Israel crowned Trump Moshiach.
Beautiful.
Gave him a gold crown.
I was just, you see, when people are soulmates, you know, in not homo way, they think alike, Vince. I was just thinking that he loves beautiful, you know, crowns, David the key and everything. Just hits.
He moved the U.S. Embassy to Jerusalem. The capital's Tel Aviv.
Man.
Why are we going to Jerusalem? What's going on?
Sovereign. What about this? I know you will think it's nonsense, but it's still interesting. Where is it?
He's a Zio pony, just like the rest of them.
But
he went to Jesuit schools, just like Biden, just like all the rest of them. They're all tied in, baby. They're all.
I know, but look at this. Still, do you see this? Hold on.
Oh, there's the T-Man.
So big. That was so egregious.
I can't hear that. I don't know why.
It's very low.
Replay.
It's very low, maybe because of the Twitter video.
It was chained around that.
But you don't need to hear him really. The most important thing is what he is bringing up there. Do you see this thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's a presidential binder thing.
Yeah.
So why?
Seal.
Yeah. So, but he is not the president. Hold on.
Is it really though? It doesn't. It looks like something else.
It is, because if you see here it says president, and there's the seal. So if I go to Google and put in presidential binder or whatever, there you go. Here, this is the one. He is actually, hold on.
Okay.
You see there, if I go back to him, if you see there, and then you go back.
Yeah, okay. It does look very similar.
So they're saying that he is kind of hinting at that he is still is the president by doing that. And
well, it is not a good look, though. That's not a good look.
What do you mean that's not a good look?
If he's still president, that means all that money that was given to the U country and all the money that was given to the I country was approved by that Mr. President over there, Vince.
But
he
hold
didn't
on.
Stop any of that if he
Hold
was,
up.
president.
Yeah, maybe.
Okay.
Maybe.
Okay.
Fuck, I don't know. Really, I don't know. You guys could be
Let
right.
me tell you this.
I'm
Let me
just
tell you
saying.
this. Maybe he played a game to make Biden look bad, and
well, that's some.
it's a demonic game.
Well, some people
if he
think
wants to play the
some
game.
people think that they are letting this happen because that's the only way a lot of people can wake up to actually go through.
So a lot of more people gotta die for Trump to be president
if
again.
this is true. If this is true, unfortunately, there will be casualties. But
casualties.
They had a thing the Soviets ran called Operation Trust. Go ahead and look into that.
I know what
you're
you're talking about. Yeah,
I'm just saying, there ain't nobody in government going to come and save you from government. Whatever kind of thing. I know that they're doing some kind of a game on us, obviously, because we're seeing all kinds of fake shit from DC that's not really happening. I mean, DC is damn near a ghost town right now. Okay, that's crazy. There was a guy not too long ago. They were supposedly doing some kind of ceremony out on the Rose Garden. This guy lives in DC and he's watching it on C-SPAN, and it's showing a nice sunny day and it's supposedly live. He steps out of his window under the roof where he can see the Rose Garden. It's a cloudy day and there ain't shit going on.
Are you talking about the inauguration?
No, this was even after the inauguration, but yeah, the inauguration too. There was
the same thing there because it was sunny and it almost looked like late summer or autumn when the inauguration took place. But then you saw the press apparently on that day, and it was snowing and it was cloudy and it was all dead and shit.
Yeah, so I only live about an hour and a half south of DC.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So, we're going to get pretty much kind of the same weather as they do, or at least on the fringe of it. And I know that wasn't a nice day at all. What I was seeing on TV didn't match anything. I saw people in the audience in one scene, and then they flash back from another angle, and there's completely different people. And some of the people are missing. Jill Biden wearing different clothes even. I mean, yeah, that was definitely a show. They're doing sets. They're using sets. What about that creepy red Darth Vader set that Biden came out and gave that?
When he was,
what the fuck was that, man?
When he was the Hitler.
Yeah. It was like, what is that going on? In those guards, you look and they don't have any rank. What?
Yeah. Yeah, and they said that when Trump was inaugurated, that was the first time there was military behind any president. I don't know if that's true, but they say it. They say that, there has never been military behind a president that has been inaugurated. And there was different ranks on them and shit. I don't know, man. I don't know what's going on. All I know is this. This has been the craziest presidential whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Right? This is almost unbelievable.
And that's not Joe Biden. Whoever that man is up there is not Joe Biden. I can tell you that.
Right.
I've been watching Joe Biden. I first knew of him being a perverted weirdo back in the late 80s. You know, I saw shit from this guy. And just stories that I'd heard coming out of Capitol Hill regarding this guy and some of his perverted shit that he likes to do. And then when he was, I forget what capacity he was in, maybe even as vice president, that he would insist on a female Secret Service and then swim naked in his pool, you know, and they'd have to be there, you know, put up looking at his own nasty ass. You know, Jill was actually his babysitter.
Oh yeah, I've heard that she was. Yeah, and hey, the fake Biden kind of said that in a speech not too long ago, like a year or so. It was like, when I met Jill, she was only 8 or something. I don't remember what he said exactly, but it was like, what?
Yeah.
What? So you know, you can't blame me for actually thinking that there might be a possibility that this is all a show to also wake up people, because the shit that this guy is doing is like baffling.
And the thing is, with all the focus on him, this is what I find really suspicious too. You'll find 10 times as much dirt under the fingernails of people like Chuck Schumer and Nancy Pelosi and Dianne Feinstein and these other people. Yeah, these people that have just been haunting the halls of Capitol Hill forever. You know, Mitch McConnell. These people are filthy, dirty, rotten people, man. They really are. And
he
it's
got
not
a stroke,
that power
right?
corrupts. It's not that power corrupts, Vince. It's that power attracts the corrupt and the corruptible. They see
hold on. Let's say you and me or Ashman got power. Do you think we would become corrupt?
I would, knowing what I know about power and not having any wish to have any, I would be at constant guard against that. Absolutely.
But hold on. Isn't that,
You'll be assassinated though.
You would get assassinated?
Yeah. Fairly
but hold
quickly.
on. Hold on.
Not assassinated, like you were depressed, of course, and you offed yourself in your beautiful home in Beverly Hills. That's the scenario, right? Yeah.
So, but couldn't it also be that we've been seeing so many people with power being evil that we then think that whoever gets power will also become evil? Do you know what I mean? Like, could it be that as well, that we just see too many people with power being evil and we think everybody that gets power will automatically be evil as well?
Well, that's because we don't hold to the axiom of anyone that seeks power should be barred from having it. Okay? It should be seen as a duty, not a privilege. Not as a placement above everyone, but as more or less a burden that is necessary.
Yeah.
That's the way it should be looked at. Not how it is looked at now, that, oh, we want this guy to be supreme over us or better than us or to have power. No. Because the power ultimately comes from the consent of the masses. If you have to wield that power with the threat of force, then you really don't have power. You have intimidation.
True. So let's say we have let's say we don't have any government and we're going back to like communities and stuff like that. Like I have a community, you have a community, Ashman has a community. We would have to have some kind of a system, right? Like, because let's say you don't agree with something that my community wants to do. Eventually, what will happen? I'm not talking about communism, man, or socialism. I'm just saying.
No. I am not saying that. I'm just saying.
What are you saying?
You are thinking like we think alike. All these leaders of these community just think just alike, like 100% alike. For them not to have a war, because any slight of disagreement between those three communities, one will start thinking and programming their people. They're like, oh, we want to save those people. We have to save them because their leaders and their communities. It's gonna be like 2008 Bush Iraq situation where we have to save those people, and we don't want their resources. Of course, we don't want their resources, but we want to save the people, and we want, you know what I mean? That's
Are you
what will
saying that
happen.
one of the groups will come up with some
People will
bullshit?
start invading each other, Vince. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
They
Either
come up with
killing or
some
invading or
bullshit excuse
taking
to destroy
take
another.
each other's resources.
That's
Yes.
exactly what they do.
So how do we solve this? If we were in this situation where we don't have a government, but we have, you know, groups of people that, you know, how do we solve this, man? Because why I'm asking this, Sovereign, is this. Yeah, it's easy to say we don't need government, and I agree. Yeah, dogs. Yeah. Woof! Yeah. So it's easy to say. It's easy to say these things, but yeah, Ashman, you're oh, now it's good. But if we don't have any, like, how do we say, solution? What? No, not a solution. But if we can't explain how we would do it otherwise, it will be very hard for example, sheeple to ever buy this idea, who are already so you know, deep down in this government, protect us, and we need them kind of an idea. So we have to figure out how it could work without any government. Otherwise, we will.
Well, how's it? Yeah. I mean, let's look at it on a rudimentary scale. Even right now,
yeah,
the three of us are engaged in an act of anarchy. We are.
Okay.
And we're cooperating together. We're observing conversational decorum. We're observing etiquette to a degree of where we're having mutual respect for one another's viewpoints and that kind of thing, right? We're not fighting about it, but we are engaged in an act of anarchy because no one is controlling that other than our individual selves. Okay. So we're complete with governo mentis, control of our own minds. Okay. Self-governing. And even up to into your household. Okay. Yes, you have rules that are observed within your house and everything else like that. But are you actually a dictator? Do you have authority and power over the people in your family? No. It's a communal type of a situation.
But the man is the leader in the house, though.
Well, that's just that, and everybody kind of goes with that, right? If his authority is compromised through his inadequacy, that will be recognized and then no longer observed. You see, you can't just come in and say, you know I'm a dumb fuck and I make dumb decisions, but y'all got to go along with it anyways. No, they're soon going to skedaddle out of your presidents, right?
That's true.
It's when we start worrying about what other people are doing. We start worrying about, well, what about my neighbor? You see, worry about yourself and and around you. And yes, interact with your neighbors, just like we're doing right here. Cooperation.
Okay, hold on. With the neighbor thing, let's say we're in a village, like a very primitive village, and we all have our little wood fucking houses or whatever.
Yeah.
And you say everybody to each their own, right? But what if my neighbor is all kinds of dumb motherfucker, you know, and he starts to burn around his little tree house, and that might affect my tree house, and then we're gonna have to swing it out, you know.
Well, see, what I'm talking about, it takes a completely different mindset. If you're aware and not an animal, you take into account what your actions, how they affect other people, right?
That just landed right. Yeah.
You know,
animals.
If you have to be threatened or told always continuously to do the right thing, then yes, you do need an authoritative figure. You're not able to govern yourself because.
Hey, your sound went off, Sovereign.
My sound went off?
Yeah.
And now it's back.
Okay, it's good now.
I don't know what you did.
That was probably that algorithm picked up some word, but it's like this. If you have to be forced to do what's right, well, then you're an animal.
Yeah. So there should be some
banishment from the community. That's what it used to be. I'm watching this show called The 100. It's pretty interesting.
Okay.
And they were trying to figure out this guy broke the rules and shit. What do we do about it? And they were like,
Yeah.
we can hang him or this, that, and the other. And he was like, no. The girl says, banishment.
Yeah,
They're
outcast
banished.
him.
Right. And this is what a lot of the tribes in Americas did when somebody wasn't towing the line or they were becoming a problem for the rest of the community. You're not allowed to be part of the community. You're not going to have our food. You're not going to have our protection. You're on your own. You wanted to be on your own. You're on your own.
You know, that should actually happen to all the woke people. You know what I mean? The left woke people. They should be
Well, you can't.
banished. No way. You know
Yeah.
why? I don't even regret saying this because those motherfuckers wanted to banish people for not, you know what, Sniffles 19.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yep.
So motherfucker, we have good reason to banish you outside of the Sniffles 19 thing that you did. But beyond that, the T things you want to push and all the weird fucking shit is more than enough to banish the fuck out of them. And over there, you can do whatever the fuck you want to do. But you don't want that, right? Because you can't manage it on your own. You need the sane people to actually live, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but you can do the banishment on the individual level. You can't do it on the collective level.
You should.
If it's
Everybody
more
that
than
is
two
now
people,
woke
then you have to
retard.
kill those people.
Individual are part of the collective, so to speak, right? You're part of that collective. You realize what is and is not beneficial to you. And so therefore things that are not beneficial to that are a detriment to the community are actually a detriment to me on an individual level as well. And it takes a higher type of thinking. And unfortunately, our system takes your kid away at 5 years old by law and indoctrinates them into this left brain prison for 12 or more years in order to get the result. The result they have is someone who needs that authority to tell them what to do.
Yeah.
It needs someone to make that decision and take all accountability away from them. Because
And
then when it's the wrong decision, they can yell at the guy that made the decision, and then we'll vote you out and put another guy in. See, it's just pushing off accountability for yourself.
Yeah, and the problem is that go Ashman.
I don't think you guys understood my point.
Huh?
If someone acts badly, you banish him. That's one person. I'm talking about a group.
Yeah.
And that's a mutiny just waiting to happen. That's why it's necessary to take more assertive actions than banishment, because if you banish a group, they won't just go.
They will come back.
Strength in numbers, exactly, and they will do more atrocious things because it's not a one person here. That's what I meant. Banishment can only go so far, you know?
You're never going to have utopia. Okay. And that's just because of the dualistic nature of man himself. All right. So you're never going, and this is a lot of times when I'm talking about the ideas of volunteerism. People often say, well, that's not utopia. Well, let's look at it right now. Do we have utopia with a governing body? Absolutely not.
Hell
In fact, we've got more laws than you can count. And
it only gets more and more, adds more and more.
And it doesn't stop shit. It doesn't stop shit.
They never take away any laws. They just add on.
Well, it brings forth the idea that, it's only wrong if I get caught. You see, and most of our laws that we create are shit that has nothing to do. They're not laws, because in most cases, the offense does not cause loss, injury, or harm to anyone. So therefore, it's not a crime. There has to be a victim. Society can't be the victim. The state can't be the victim, because there again, that's all in your mind, the state of mind. So if you actually got brought up on that and said, the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, okay, I want to bring the people of the Commonwealth of Virginia, my accusers, to cross-examine them on the stand. Can you do that for me? No. So it's fiction. It's a bunch of fiction. Man cannot create law. Law is already established. All man can do is pervert it. For instance, it used to be perfectly legal for me to own another person and subjugate them to servitude, right? That was legal. And it was illegal for someone to try and break those bonds of enslavement. Now,
That's
now the thing is, the enslavement, although it was legal, legislated through man's law, it was unlawful. And the guy that was trying to free him was actually being lawful, right? But it was illegal by man's standards. So that's what I say. Man cannot create law. We have to be very wary of that. We need to go back to the principles of natural law. And we're not going to do that until people understand the fact that you've been declared dead, bankrupt, and mortgaged upon the filing of your birth certificate.
Corporation,
and that what you think the world is not what it is at all. Okay.
You know, the dependency of government, it only gets worse and worse. It feels like with each generation that knows lesser than the other generation on how to actually survive. Nice. Is that a tax? No, it's called tax. Oh. With each generation, they know less and less on how to actually survive in reality, and government provides them everything. And so that means for each generation, it will be harder for the people to let go of the idea of government. Do you know what I mean? Like, because government provides things for each generation, and eventually there will come a generation who doesn't know shit about nothing. And all they know is that daddy government is giving me everything I need. So I will never go against daddy government. You know what I mean? Are you muted? Sorry.
People don't realize that anything you receive from the government was stolen from someone else.
And
the government has no intrinsic wealth of its own. It doesn't produce anything at all. Okay, government, that great fiction by which the few seek to live at the expense of the many, and that's exactly what we have. You really don't need it. That's the thing. It's sort of like, I know how people feel. It's sort of like the first time you rode your bike without the training wheels, right? Oh boy,
scary.
It's scary. But once you get onto it, it's nothing to it. You love the freedom. You have all this freedom. And are you going to make mistakes and wipe out? Yes, you are. Absolutely. But that's all part of it, man. That's how we learn.
So what keeps us dependent on these motherfuckers is that if we get to know how to provide water or grow food, create energy, if we learn that by ourselves organically, or if we find out how we do that shit on our own, that is when we get free from them. That is when we, you know what I mean? Like, otherwise, if we don't understand how we do those things, we will never even think about the idea of getting rid of daddy government. You know what I mean? Yep. So, because we're dependent on them for those things.
Yeah.
But we don't want to be dependent, so we have to figure shit out quickly, because I believe there is a time where, as I said, the generations are so ignorant, or they don't know how to do anything, that they will never give up the system. You know what I mean?
Well, it comes down to this. First and foremost, people have to learn to be actionable and not reactionary, because that's how they got you. Is if you're reactionary. This is why they're always pulling something, and then you react to it, and here they are with the solution that they wanted to put forth in the first place. Stop reacting. Like the guy in the mall here a few months back, he was a new gun owner. He was 50 yards away from somebody who just started opening fire in this mall, and he took the dude out from 50 yards away. You don't,
a regular civilian.
Yes.
With a gun. Okay.
With a pistol. Yeah, brand new pistol. He only had it a couple of weeks. He had never had a gun before.
And that makes so much sense, that, the more people with guns, the safer it is, really. I mean, it sounds wrong. It sounds weird. Like, what do you mean? More guns? More safe? That doesn't make sense. But it does.
What did Samuel Colt say? He say, God made man of all sizes and stature. Samuel Colt made them all equal. That's why his pistol was called the Equalizer.
Colt.
It is an equalizer, right?
It is.
Sick pistol as well.
So there's something fundamentally wrong if the other armed kids on the block don't want you to have arms. That means that they're probably planning to do something that they don't want you to be able to defend yourself from.
Yes, because if you know, or if you don't know who has a gun, you will be way more cautious, or, you know, like you won't do the things you want, the bad things you want to do as easily, because you don't know who.
Yeah, Vince. But to be fair,
What?
someone like you having a gun in Sweden, it's not a fun idea, man.
Why?
If someone pisses you off, you don't seem like.
Well, the thing is,
you would never. Okay,
I
so the
would only
people that
shoot
told you to
in
wear
danger.
a mouth diaper in the supermarket or something.
Yeah, I would never shoot.
You remember those people?
Yeah, but I would never shoot them. Are you crazy?
Yeah, but if
Well,
things escalate,
you gotta look at it this way. I've got, it's not the weapon, okay? Because let's face it, everything is a weapon. All right.
True.
Everything can be used as a weapon, and so what they've done is they've animated it and put an intent on a certain weapon. They call it
Even your finger. I could penetrate your eyes. Oh, yeah.
Absolutely. G. Gordon Liddy. I watched an interesting interview with that guy. He was CIA, and he was talking about that, how everything's a weapon. He said right there, that pencil, he was talking to the reporter. He said, that pencil you got right there, I could grab that from you right now and shove it into your brain using the soft eraser for the palm of my hand right now.
Yeah, should we ban pencils? No. Yeah.
Right. So the thing is that it's not the weapon itself, it's the heart behind the weapon. That matters. It's the heart behind the weapon. Well, I've got enough guns in here to arm the fucking National Guard, right? And not once has any of those ever committed an act of violence. Never have I used one to commit an act of violence or anything else like that.
Only for defense.
There they are. And also, I'm a collector. I like guns. It's one of my hobbies. I like to shoot. You know
what that reminds me of? There was this movie with Kevin Bacon. I don't know if you've seen it. It's like it's about, what was the movie's name? About some big ass worms coming from the ground. Have you seen it?
Tremors.
Yes, Tremors.
Dude, they filmed it. When I lived in California, I had a house here in Virginia and also in California. They filmed that right up behind my house.
Really?
Yeah, I've got pictures of me standing in Perfection, the town. The buildings are gone. They were just props. They're down the street in
that was some fake ass building.
Yeah, they were fake buildings. They were just building fronts, and a couple of those trailers, those are down the road a ways now, but the streets are still there and everything. That was filmed right up behind my house.
That's crazy. But yeah, that's like that that couple with all of the guns. They had a place where they got a big fucking elephant shotgun or some shit like that.
Burt Gummer. That was Burt Gummer was that character. Yeah, man.
Yeah, that was funny.
They filmed the others in Lone Pine, those others like where they were around all those big weird rocks they were jumping on and trying to
catch.
Okay, that's in the Alabama Hills in Lone Pine. There's been so many movies, westerns and sci-fi films back there. They had there's been Star Trek, How the West Was Won, Gunsmoke, all these different shit. Gunga Din was filmed back in there. Okay. And I worked at a hardware store in Lone Pine. And of course, the Alabama Hills are right there in Lone Pine. Every day at lunch, me and my dog would go cruising around back there in those rocks and shit in my Jeep and smoke a doobie and go back to work, man.
That's cool. Yeah. That movie was a little bit B, but it was still good.
It was a pretty good movie. I like it. It's a cult classic, and I got kind of a connection to it. So, in that one scene where they're trying to get that tractor so they can pull that
yes.
dump car. Okay.
Yeah.
If you watch, Kevin Bacon is talking to the guy who's on the roof of the store, and he's on the ground. When they show Kevin Bacon there, you look in the background, you'll see like a white cloud of dust coming up in the air. Okay. And that's from this pumice mine There's a pumice mine back there operating like all the time. And that shit, that cloud of white smoke is like, it's not smoke, it's pumice dust that's coming up and it settles back down. And interestingly enough, you go back around there and it looks exactly like the moon, or what they filmed the moon on.
But you think that they might have filmed it over there?
Or in an area like that. There's talc mines all over the place in Death Valley. Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a whole area called Talc City. It's a bunch of old talc mines all over the place. There's probably about 15 of them in this one big area.
Yeah. Man, regarding movies, I saw a movie, Mark Sargent recommended it. It was about VR. 13th Floor, I think it was called. 13th Floor. Have you seen that?
I haven't seen that one, no.
The
most recent great movie that I've seen was Nefarious.
Yeah. Nefarious. I saw it too. It was like from 2023 or something.
Yeah. It's on Amazon. It's on Amazon. And I've watched it 3 times now.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you get a little bit more out of it. The first time I watched it by myself, and the next day my wife come home from work and I was like, you got to see this movie. So we watched it. And then I don't know, about a week later, a good buddy of mine was over and I asked him if he'd ever seen it. And he said, no. I said, let's watch it. I said, you're going to like this. And
yeah, what I remember from it was, if I remember correctly, at the end, he was like, he was kind of saying that it wasn't him doing it, or that it was the devil kind of controlling him or something.
Yeah, he basically recopied down that guy's manuscript and published his book, his gospel, so to speak, just like the guy said he would. And the thing that got me is right after he goes out the backstage after talking to Glenn Beck, and he goes out those stage doors, and there's that homeless woman rummaging for shit in the dumpster. He goes over and gives her a $20 bill, and then she just looks at him and goes, hello, James, you miss me? And it's like, oh shit. That was.
So what do you get out of that movie? Is it like, is it trying to say that Satan kind of can take different shapes in your life and figure you out and then know your weaknesses and shit like that? Or what do you get out of this movie?
Yeah, Legion. It's kind of Legion. He actually says that he is Legion in there. And when he talks about how they get in, it starts off innocent, maybe grandma gives you a Ouija board or something like that. Little things that would get you to rely on agreeing with us. The yes. And he even conned that guy into doing it too. He says, oh, I'm an atheist. He says, okay, I'll do it. Go ahead. Come into me. Oh, I don't feel nothing happening. And when he looked at him and said, because I knew it was over then, when he said, go ahead, come into me, I was like, oh, you done it now, bro.
You allowed him to come into you, right?
Right. And so he's sitting there, he goes, well, I don't feel anything happening. And he says, don't boast, James. And I was like, that's right. He's playing the long game on you, bro. He's playing the long game. And he did.
So hold on, Sovereign. Does this mean, I'm not going to say this because I don't want to say it, but what if somebody makes you, like, you're not aware, and somebody kind of fools you into saying the words that actually lets him into you? Right? Like, even if it's an act, let's say you're an actor for a movie and you're like, oh, this is just a movie play, and in there is those words that will allow him, or does it have to have the intention as well when you say those words?
See, now you're getting in really deep metaphysical law, but it's why I think in scripture, both in the Quran and in the Bible, it tells you to constantly be spiritually aware. Constantly. And I would imagine if you were an actor and you had to put forth that line, I would probably say that meditation and prayer would be necessary prior to shooting that scene, just to just to get the protection of it. Yeah. But that's a dangerous game. And this is like what I say with alcohol. Okay. You can't invite an evil spirit cannot come into your home unless you willingly invite it. And when you imbibe spirits, you have invited them into your home, and you are now subject to possession.
And do you think once invited, they cannot be uninvited? Like,
no, they can be uninvited, but you're not apt to until you realize what's happened.
Okay.
And most people don't, because they want to harvest your energy. They're going to keep you tuned. They're going to keep, and people thinking that, well, there's nothing wrong with it. Everybody does it. It still doesn't make it not doing what it's doing. You see?
So another thing, I know we shouldn't go too long, but I want to ask you about this. Do you think like maybe the devil cannot figure shit out what's going on in your head in this reality, but maybe in the dream world? What about the dream world? Do you think the devil might be able to kind of like try to pick your brain in the dream world, and by morphing into different people that you trust or know in the dream, trying to see how you react or how you think, and in the dream world maybe trying to figure you out in the dream world, and it cannot do it in this world? Like, do you know what I'm trying to say? Like,
he does it in this world too, though, Vince. He's doing it.
You think he can do that? You think he can read your mind? Do you think he can read your mind in this world?
He knows how you work. He knows how he knows what to do. He knows how to trick you, right?
Yeah.
I've had him work. I've had the adversary work through loved ones.
Yeah.
Against me before.
Yeah.
And I recognize
that's a great way to do it. That's a great way to do it, right?
Yes. And you have to just stay with what's true to your heart, regardless.
No matter what. Yeah.
Exactly. You're the star of your show. Write your own script.
Because you don't even know. I don't know who said this. Maybe it was this lady called Dolores. You don't even know when, like when somebody in your close approximate, like if somebody in your near you has changed drastically, you don't even know if they have been overtaken completely and replaced. How do we know? Like if somebody is literally acting so weird that you don't even recognize them, how do you know it's the same person? How do you know that that person has not been, like a demon jumped in?
It usually isn't when you see a drastic change like that. It usually isn't that same person. Don't let appearances fool you.
That's what you would do, right? Let's say it's your brother or your mother or whatever, and you're like, I'm not really feeling this anymore. You feel I'm not connecting with you anymore, but yet you're still my mother,
right?
And maybe the demon is taking advantage of that. That you're like, this is still my mother, but it's really not. It's a demon dressed as your mother, and you're keeping contact with that person just because of history and looks and connection.
Yeah. You're gonna still have those familial bonds, of course, but you got to be on guard. You have to understand. It's like the woman whose husband delves further and further into alcoholism to the point where he's no longer the person that she fell in love with and married. At all. And is he a different person? Yes, 100%. Or at least his personality, his persona.
Yeah.
And so
you can't really cut the
So there's going to be difficulties in it, but we have to be wary at all times. If you want to call it the spiritual armor of God, call it that. But shine your light and shine it bright. And you know what's right in your heart. You absolutely know what's right in your heart. And if there's confusion, take some time and go off and meditate on it with your creator. Have that relationship with your creator. You'll get an answer. So many people go, oh, I can't find God. Where's God? Show me proof of God. And it's because they're looking out here. God, that's not where you find God. You find God by looking within.
Yeah, and exactly. You can never really ever, I believe, you can never see God. I don't think you can see God, like externally. Like
not in the sense that we see, that we use the term seeing, but you see it. You do see him in everything.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you know, these Globies or these atheist people, they're like, show me God. If God exists, show me. Well, I can't really do that. Huh? I will never be able to do that. So you're asking for something that is quite impossible.
Right.
You know?
Well,
So
they always want you to prove a negative. That's sort of like with the Globies. Prove the Earth's flat. Wait a second. Flat's an observation. A claim sounds like the Earth's a spinning ball. It goes in a, that's a claim. And it's sort of like if I were to say, Vince, I can spontaneously turn into a chicken.
yeah, how do you do that?
Oh, well, prove that I can't.
Well, you're not a chicken. You're not a chicken, so I'm proving that you can.
But I can, and this is the thing. This is the thing that they do. It's not up to you to prove that I can't turn into a chicken. It's up to me to prove that I can. I'm the one with the claim, you see?
Yeah, exactly.
So you got to watch for that reversal. And I don't know. I love it when people say, I don't believe in God. And I'm like, that's okay, man. God still believes in you.
Yeah. And the funny thing is, they kind of agree with you that certain things, or like if I say a computer screen, does that need a creator? They're like, yes. Whatever thing I will mention to them, they will agree that it needs a creator. But yet the most complex thing, which is the whole reality, that does not need a creator. That is so fucking dumb. That is so dumb. How can they be so dumb? Unless, though, they are, like you said, Agent Smiths, or they have been caught doing some shit and they have to spread that bullshit. But I do know one thing, though. They're fucking boring, Sovereign. These Globies are all fucking boring people, right?
And the most piss poor sense of humor, too. Their attempt at humor and jokes is just horrible. It's like they lack the creativity that men have. Okay, demons, archons lack creativity. They can only take that which has been created and pervert it.
Yeah, and they can only laugh. I will say this: they can only laugh at when they're making fun of us. That's the only time I've seen them laugh. Like, stupid flat earth.
Well, see, that's part of the programming, the thing that keeps people toeing the line. Nobody wants to be mocked. Nobody wants to be yelled at. Nobody wants to be berated. It's their attempt to put you back in line. Yes. Like I'm going to give a shit what a bunch of people that I'd never met before think about me. No, it doesn't work on me. It doesn't work on me. I am able to look back and say, the scientific community, at one time, it was the consensus that rats could spontaneously generate out of garbage.
What?
Okay. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. And it was also scientific medical consensus that if someone was unconscious, taking bellows and blowing smoke in their butthole would revive them. I mean, this was science. So I'm looking at it. It's like, I don't care what you are thinking. I know truth, and truth is truth, even in a minority of one.
But they will say, but Sovereign, science changes, At that time, they thought that was the science, but it changed. It evolved. Can't science evolve?
No. I mean, your understanding of phenomena can expand using the principles of science, but the principles of science are pretty cut and dry. It's critical logical thinking. It also involves experimentation. Okay, so I have a hypothesis. I see a natural phenomenon. Something drops to the ground when I let loose of it, and I want to know why. I wonder why that is. Well, I have this hypothesis that it's because of this, that, and the other. Okay, now I go about conducting experimentation, right? In a logical manner to deduce what the cause of the effect that I saw was. That's how science works.
Yeah.
Not just, I saw something happen and I think this is why. And I'm going to predict that if this happens, that's exactly why. Well, no. You have to be able to manipulate that cause. You have to be able, that's the independent variable. You have to be able to modulate that in order to change the effect that you're seeing. You're trying to find the exact, what the cause of it is, not just an assumption. Watching the rate at which something falls is not going to give you the cause of it.
I saw a video, somebody saying that what they've been doing is with their mathematics and stuff, they've been kind of reverse engineering the real plane Earth and coming up with math that fits a bullshit ball kind of a thing, and that's what they're pushing in our faces with their fucking numbers and stuff.
Yes, it's exactly what they're doing. They're working out a conclusion. They're taking a conclusion and working it backwards. They did this with the distance of the sun. They've had to change that. Initially, it was only 3 million miles away, and now we're 93 million miles. And
Have I asked you this? I don't know. Maybe I have. I don't remember, but I've said this to somebody. Can light leave its source, or is it fixed to the source?
Yeah, see, I don't know. I think it's actually fixed to the source. I think it's
I think so too,
Yeah.
because I have a hard time believing you can send small bits of light that is traveling. You know, I have a hard time believing that shit because it does look fixed.
Right? Show me a photon. I mean, for real.
They're like, we send it. The sun rays from the sun is 8 minutes. 8 minutes ago, it has been traveling to you like a bird, you know, like this. But also we only, when we see the sun rays, it's like angular. You know, we don't see it. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah. So, but that's showing that here is the local sun, right?
Right.
Otherwise, it wouldn't be like that. It would be, you know.
Now, I have an interesting photograph that I took for my YouTube page and on my little thing on there. Well, people can go and look at it. You can do it yourself even. I have a little flat Earth model, and I set it up on top of a Gleason's map to take this photograph. And then I was looking at the photo to see, is this a good one? And I was like, what the hell? And I looked and it looked like there was a sun inside the dome of that little model. And I got to look at it, and I went over to where it was still set up, and I went over, and as I moved around, this thing stayed like in a certain spot, like it was hovering inside of the dome. And it was actually created by the light in the ceiling. Giving that effect. And then I started going on a whole nother idea of thinking that perhaps the sun that we see is not actually physical, that it's actually a point of energy. So, you know, when you take a magnifying glass and you can start a fire, once you focus that down to that point, right? Then you get that concentration and it causes heat. Well, what's going on is that beam's coming down like this. But beyond that point, that apex, it's doing this. It's spreading back out again. So if you can imagine an hourglass, right? And then there's this point, there's still that point of intense energy is at that apex, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just not touching anything. And I think that it's actually like why we feel heat the way we do at lower altitudes, like Death Valley. You've got a place called Badwater. It's 280 feet below sea level. It's the hottest place on Earth. It's like in the 90s right now. Even though the rest of the country's, you know, winter temperatures. There's people walking around in no shirt and just shorts in Badwater to visit it. And if I go up on the top of Mount Whitney, there's snow. On that same day, there's snow up there. Well,
how could that be?
That's closer to the sun. Why is that colder up there? And that is what I'm thinking, that it's like a point of energy is what we're actually seeing. We're not actually seeing a physical object.
So do you think the same is with the moon, that thing is also outside or whatever the fuck this is?
I think it's a projection. I think we're seeing projections. And
it makes sense.
Look, you go to a planetarium, right? You're going to look up at the thing and you're going to see an exact representation of the outside sky. It's going to look like you're outside. In fact, you could put a recording of crickets chirping and you'd feel like you were outside, right?
Yeah.
Maybe we're in a big planetarium. When you're in that planetarium, where are all those celestial objects actually at? They're in the center. They're at the North Pole being projected out onto the dome.
That's a very interesting idea. Yeah. So,
of course, we can't go to the North Pole, so
yeah.
what's really at the Black Rock?
I wonder, the movie I was talking about with you, the 13th Floor. I mentioned Mark Sargent suggested I should watch it. It's about a VR world. So I'm not going to spoil it, but there is a part in that movie where he figures out that he is in a VR world, and he actually goes to a place, like he drives on a road, and eventually that road ends up being the end of the simulation, so you can see the grids of the simulation. So what if with beyond Antarctica, if this is a simulation we're in, what if there is a place where you actually see the end of the simulation? Because if this is a simulation, it might not be endless. It might have a limit to it, you know what I mean? Like or it might be endless as well, but it also might be a limit where you can see the grids, and you're like, fuck, it is a simulation.
Well, given the fact that we've been lied to about everything, where we are, when we are, who we are, nothing's off the table.
Yeah,
within
and
the realm
maybe
of possibilities,
let's say it was that way. Maybe that's why they really don't want us to see it, because if we saw it, that would completely change a lot of things, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of like on some of these things where, I forget what movie it was, but these people that were inside this place were convinced that the outside world would kill you the moment you stepped out there without proper protection. Nobody's allowed to leave, but somebody finds out that it actually is safe, that the leadership is lying to them, because if they stay inside, then these people have control over them and have their little government, the few living at the expense of the many. And so the whole thing about, it's too dangerous, you can't go there, we're not going to allow it, right?
Yeah.
Bullshit. They don't really care. How come they're worried about your safety and the environment and all this shit if you go to Antarctica, but there's not nearly the restrictions or care about your safety if you want to go climb Mount Everest? And there's people die going up and down Mount Everest all the time, so much so that the people that go up there pass frozen bodies that are still there.
Good point. Really good point.
Come on.
Or even do crazy shit like jumping out of a plane. Why would they allow you to do that if they really care about you?
Right. But they do, Vince. That's why they put fluoride in because they care about your teeth, right?
But they have to let you do crazy shit like that to give you the illusion that you're free. Of course, jump off of a plane. Yes.
Sure.
You're free. You're free.
Just don't do it. Just don't do it in Antarctica.
Yeah, why not? Because it's very top secret, important things in Antarctica. Okay, we got government secret stuff there.
Listen, we can't go below 60th parallel south, right? So how do we even know that it is ice? How do we even know that it really is Antarctica as they depict it? I mean, I look at the 1587 Urbano Monte map, and that thing's showing Antarctica with plants and animals and shit. No ice, no snow, no notation of this is the Arctic wasteland, nothing. It looks like the rest of the land masses.
Have you seen this video, Sovereign? This is somebody who apparently, I don't know if this is Google. Let me see. Do you see this? I don't know if this is Google Maps or whatever the fuck it is, but he is zooming into the shit. Have you seen this?
No, I've seen others like it, but go ahead.
Look
I'm going to have to go in a minute, man. I have to go up to
the let's go after this. Look at this. It's a minute. I can hear it.
I don't know why. If the only way I can hear it is on the replay over on YouTube, and that's only and then I'm with a delay. But anyway, I can watch it without the sound. I'm sure.
It's just music, I think.
Oh, there, I hear it now.
Okay. I reshared it. Maybe that was it. Let me make it bigger for you. Hold on. Not possible. You can actually go in. It's like, what? Yeah, I don't know what the fuck that was. Dark matter, dark energy, Doppler effect. I don't know what. But yeah, that's supposed to be Antarctica. But I don't know.
Looks like an obvious attempt at misdirection. Why would that even be out? Yeah, yeah.
That's weird, huh?
Yeah.
That's weird that you can just zoom into a door and open it and read the fucking.
You know, they're actually what? They're going to be in Antarctica studying dark matter. Really, a thing that they made up because their equations didn't match what was actually happening. I mean, I'm going to use that whole thing. I'm going to use some of that science math myself. You know, if my checkbook is ever overdrawn, I can just, I'll say, look, I know I've only made $360 deposits, but I really have $2 million in my account because I have dark money. I have dark money. It's in there. You
just
can't
invisible.
Right. And the reason we know it's there is because look, my balance is $2 million and you don't see it. So it's there, but it's not detectable. So you can't charge me an overdraft fee.
Yeah, who knows? But listen, Soren, this was great talking to you again like this, and in the best quality I've ever seen you.
Yeah, this looks good, man.
And I don't work for Rumble, by the way. It sure does sound like that, right? By the way, this is the best I've ever seen you. You look really good in that suit. Maybe you should buy it and take it home. You know, like a salesman. But it is crisp. But yeah, very nice speaking.
Yeah, I had a good time on here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to touch base with Ross. That's really cool. I didn't know he'd been watching me for a long time and shit. I did not know that. So that was kind of flattering in a way. I was like, well, really cool. I'm glad, you know, because I've been wanting to kind of collaborate with Ross too. So that's
absolutely
cool.
That's what everybody in this scene should do. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
I don't understand why they don't. You know, it's good to be independent, but not too independent. You know what I mean? You have to.
Right. Well, yeah. This is how we get to things. You know, I have ideas. You know, especially on that which we don't know. You know, that we've been blinded by science and taught differently about. Now that's open for interpretation. That's open for study. We're not limited. You know, and Ross may have ideas on it different than what I have on ideas.
Exactly.
As does Nathan Oakley, as does Flatzoid. But you know, we all, if we can share our ideas, and who knows, out of that can come from another. The problem that we have in science today is this peer-reviewed bullshit. Okay, peer review is full of nepotism. All right, and unless something actually comes out that goes along the academic lines, it's not even considered. And so it ends up just being political. It's all about publishing and everything like that. So I say we do our own peer reviews within our community that doesn't incorporate the consensus of the academic world, because let's face it, those people's whole livelihood is dependent on that academic story.
But keep in touch with Ross. He got a Discord and you know, collab and do some interesting stuff. Maybe you can even you know, tag team here and there on debates, you know, fuck some Globey stuff.
That'd be great. I'd love to do that. Shit, yeah.
You know, anyway, and put some energy into that shit, you know.
I want to thank you for letting me come on. I'm gonna pop off here. The wife just walked in and I still have yet to go to the store. So
okay, great, Sovereign. Talk to you later.
All right, brother. Talk to you later.
Take care. Peace. Peace out, everybody in the chat. I always say that. Oh, should I read some? Hold on. What's up, Bree? 48 minutes ago. What's up, Prayline Queen? Ashman, my internet was acting up. I tried to get it fixed. Yeah, I just thought you just left. You know, like you do sometimes. They get energy from fear when they make you scared, they get more energy. Yeah, that's called loosh, right? These demons and devils have been around for a long time, so they know what you like and don't like. Interesting. And they want to play with you, right? Like, okay, I know he likes this or she likes that. Yes, they can put thoughts in your mind. Does fiery thoughts, darts, I think the words call him. Praline, where are you from? Born and raised in New Orleans, Louisiana. Yes, I live in Louisiana still. Don't be shy. Yeah, don't be shy, people. Shyness is a disease. I was shy when I was young, and I'm so glad I stopped being it. It limits your potential, you know, because when you're shy, you do want to do things, but you have some limit to you. Like, oh, I can't because what if that person that knows me like this and sees that I'm like this? Like you have to let go of what people think of you. I'm not that shy. I know last time I couldn't get up when I tried. You mean get in? But right now I'm doing a lot of cleaning and getting some things done. Yeah, lady stuff. Cleaning is for ladies. Some things done on a phone computer as far as reviews. So Poca. Poca se caca. Posa caca. Bambola. What language are you talking about, man? What they hide about us? I didn't pay attention. Artist flat? Fuck yeah, it is. Of course, artist flat. Have you ever seen a curve? You're believing in an illusion. Just an illusion. Turn it up. It's just an illusion. My internet at the end of the end became very slow, but I watched the whole thing. Great stream regardless of the lag at the end. Yeah, it was great. Great minds create great streams. At least for us. I don't know how it is for the viewer. The viewer might think this is utter garbage, but it is what it is, man. All right, guys. Take it easy and see you in the next stream. Peace.